Sills. Football Friday, how you doing? We are absolutely packed. Packed. We are going to have a ton of voices on the program. I love this right here. 3 o'clock, Barrett Brooks from NBC Philadelphia be with us. The segment with our friend Tone at 3:30. Kayla Santiago from our post-game show on JAKIB following every Eagle game at 4:30. And your favorite, the Philly Godfather. And as Tone just said, will he answer for the Cowboys? How you doing? Oh, did I hear Jalen Carter and Darius? I'll get to this in a minute here. How you doing? There you go. Packed show. Also, final day you guys can qualify for our spectacular Hooters gift certificates. Tone throughout the program is going to give you a code word. And then all you have to do is email us all your info, dansileo@gmail.com. And you will be in line for the Football Monday drawing on who could win those great gift certificates and some merchandise. Simple as that. For the next 4 hours, you will see a code word. It'll be thrown around throughout the 4 hours. You have to identify that. And maybe you go on to be a winner, like we've had with so many people that have chimed into the program. And we thank everyone for doing this. And we love our great friends at Hooters. Very simple for you. Yeah, man, we're packed today. Look at Mike. Don, congratulations to you. We are packed. Now, before I get into Jalen Carter, Darius Slay being out, the war of attrition is part of the process when we're talking about teams and how they overcome it. The Jets just got closer to you. Not suggesting in any way the Jets beat you. But when you have significant losses like that, okay, so get this. Jets have injuries in their O-line. Well, now you have injuries in your D-line. Does that offset it? Does that offset it? I'm gonna get more into that. That's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to show you something here before we get into that, and also what I see with this Jets and Eagle game on Sunday. We talked about this a little bit. I want to show you how close you were to having a nuclear meltdown or a Chernobyl incident in Philadelphia at the NovaCare Center. 2022, Russell Wilson, dead cap money, 124. 2023, dead cap money, 107. Dead cap money, 2024, 85 million. Dead cap money, 25, 49.6 million. 2026 is when you can get out of the deal, 31.2 dead cap. You were close to a Chernobyl moment, and you got lucky. You know, everyone keeps saying, it's not really all Russell Wilson. Yes, it is. He's terrible. He's terrible. And you've got to play with that player because this is in college football. You almost had a Chernobyl incident in Philadelphia at the NovaCare Center, known as the nuclear reactor, run by Howie Roseman. Look how lucky Howie got. Howie had a deal just like this on the table for him. All he had to do was put a signature on it, and he was going to be an Eagle. God knows what would have happened with Hurts. This is what I talk about with Brock Purdy. $850 million or $850,000 guy. In what latitude he gives the 49ers? Look at how these two teams have been constructed with players who had no money wrapped around them, really. Okay? Nuclear meltdown. Unbelievably lucky. Hey, is Brady going to the Patriots in the 6th round luck? Yeah. Yes. Is Russell Wilson, when he was good, going to the Seahawks in the 3rd round, Montana in the 3rd? Yes. That's luck. Yes. Do you get credit for taking him? I give you more credit for it falling in the right position for you to take the next best player. You really think that Bill Belichick did his due diligence on Tom Brady, a 6th-round quarterback who no one thought shit of, and he was sitting there giving high evaluations? Don't act like a liar like Bill Polian is. We had a 1st-round grade. No, you didn't. You're a liar. Nobody had a 1st grade on Tom Brady. Give me a break. You think the 49ers, it was a strategy that we're going to take Brock Purdy, the last player in the draft. They're going to sell that to you. You know why? They got to get out of that crappy situation that they had when it came to Trey Lance. They're going to lie to you out loud. Absolutely, they got lucky. The same way Howie Roseman got lucky that Russell Wilson didn't sign that contract. You know who else was lucky? Jalen Hurts. Because now he's counting 55 million reasons why he's really also grateful he didn't sign that deal. Think about that for a minute. That has nothing to do with strategy and insight. It has everything to do with luck. Pat Riley says it all the time. Some of my best moves I've ever made in my career have been the moves I didn't make. Absolutely, man. Wow. Now, to the news of the day. Jalen Carter, Darius Slay. Is Fletcher playing? Do we know if Fletcher's playing? Does anybody know? Because he had an epidural? He should be ready to rock, no? He's practicing, he's playing. Great. Jalen Carter out. Darius Slay out. Helps Zach Wilson a ton. Helps the Jets O-line and Nathaniel Hackett a ton. Now, again, do you have superior talent still, even with those guys out? Absolutely. But the war of attrition, here it is. You lose a couple key guys, and every game's close. Again, that's a game like this when you lose a guy like Jalen Carter's your best defensive football player right now. He's your best defensive player. You lost him for a game. Okay? A significant game? You'd really like to play 60 minutes of football prior to the schedule coming up with all those big names that you have in big teams and big quarterbacks. Okay? Absolutely. Tone throws this out. Wilson will try to attack whoever fills in for Slay. D-line has to knock him off his spots early and make him uncomfortable. So you're going to bring pressure. I think they're going to go quick snap, and I think they're going to do a lot of quick hitch passes. Been busy at work lately. Haven't been able to tune in a lot, but wanted to say, you the man, Sills. Can we get a, how you doing, Q-Ball? Thank you, brother. Okay? Your secondary has sucked all year long anyway, outside the second half of the Rams game. So we'll see. Again, we're gonna talk about pretty much everything here. But this is exactly what I'm talking about and how teams change each and every single week. And you know the idiot that lines up, well, did you see what the Cowboys did to the New England Patriots? That was a whole different Patriot team. That was a completely different Patriot team. Everybody was healthy in New England. You had Brady night. You can't match up like that because you don't know what you're going to get each and every single night. And I'll make another comment to you. Kansas City's beatable. Hey, I'll put this out there to you right now. Eagles are way better than Kansas City. They are way better. Way better. They're way better. Hey, right? Do you guys agree? I think the Eagles are way better. I mean, I watched Kansas City last night and I went, okay. How about that shitty pass in the end zone by Mahomes? I was like, wow. I think they need another weapon. I think teams didn't know what to expect without Tyreek Hill last year. I think they do now. And I think they've adjusted, and I think they've slowed that team down. By the way, that kid Pacheco, he's getting better. He's a good football player. That Pacheco kid can play. He's good. That's a good-looking football player. They need another wideout. Kelsey can't do it himself. They just look, how about this? When I look at Kansas City, am I right when I say this? KC looks spotty. And you can beat that. Where was Chris Jones last night? I was like, okay. And just for the record, on the other side, Denver is got to be thinking of selling. Would they get rid of Frank Clark? They got to be thinking about just getting rid of everything up there. Everything. From Judy on down. I don't know if you get rid of Surtain, if you're going to trade him, but you're in so much money and cap hell right now because of that contract that's coming up. Man, you are in so much trouble. You know what? I would even make this to you, that they'll try to figure out a way to defer some of that money out. And these may be the last 11 football games that Russell Wilson ever plays again in the NFL. I tell you this, I can't see a lot of teams wanting him to come and play quarterback for him. And I got to think right now that the Denver Broncos, they don't want this guy quarterback in their football team next year. You cannot go forward with him. He is out of gas. He is out of rhythm. Nobody wants to play with him. And I don't even think the coach wants to coach him. It just looks chaotic. The coach doesn't even really, he's not engaged. When you blow a timeout like that and you don't know what the down is and you're the head coach, that's your only freaking job. Where were his assistant coaches too telling him, hey, Sean, it's third down? What were they doing? They're not engaged. They're not engaged. They don't want to coach him. They do not want to coach him. Terrible situation in Denver right now. Nobody wants to, hey, that's a relationship that is unfixable. Yeah. Well, right now it's a U-Haul. It's a U-Haul organization. What do I mean by U-Haul? Well, the players in that organization and the coaches are getting the U-Hauls already. And you got 11 games left. And you want to get out of town and you want to get to Cabo and you want to put this thing behind you. Can you imagine that? They want out. They've waved a white flag in Denver. Has to be one of the biggest disasters. I'll tell you what, that's a bigger disaster than the Trey Lance disaster. Because you know why? At least San Francisco's winning. At least you didn't make two mistakes. Peyton and Russell. They're winning. Yes, the 3 first-rounders, that sucks. But they're winning and they're dominating. Whew, man, what a complete disaster in Denver. All right. Let's get on to, how about this? We'll also look at week 6. Barrett Brooks will be at the top of the hour from NBC Philadelphia at 3 p.m. Our good friend Tone, the segment, will be with us at 3:30. Kayla Santiago will be with us at 4:30, as I said, and then Philly Godfather at 5:30. The injuries to Carter and Slay mean what to you in this game? What do those losses mean to you? Make you nervous a little? Does it make the game closer? Yeah, that's it. I'm sure, Scott, that's it. Rest. That's what teams do. Rest. You haven't played 60 minutes of football. Scott thinks it's rest. How dumb. Yeah, I'm sure. What is it? So you're saying, what doesn't Jason Kelce take a rest? What doesn't he rest? I'll say one thing to you as we move on here. For Deshaun Watson not to get out there and play, and he's been cleared by doctors, his own doctors and team doctors, and for him not to get out there in an organization that gave you $230 million, you are soft. Dude, I have no respect for that at all. I have no respect for his own guy and the team doctor clearing him, and he don't want to go out there because you got the 49ers coming to town. Man, I'll tell you what, dude. I lost a ton of respect for you. How many guys are injured right now and hurt, wanting to go out there and play injured and want to go out there and put it on the line for their teammates? And you're telling me you've been cleared to play and you don't want to go out there, and that organization gave you $230 million in guarantees, and you're going to be a worm like that? How soft, man. I tell you, I was a Deshaun Watson fan. But when I see shit like that and you can play, if you're getting paid like that, you better get your ass out there and you better play. Joe Burrow played on a bag leg and still went out there. Watson's a chump. I absolutely. Joe Burrow, you know what? You know what guys like Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts do? They're too embarrassed not to play if they can. You know what? I'll make this point to you about Jalen Hurts and guys like Joe Burrow versus guys like Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson. They're embarrassed about the money they have because they feel like the rest of their teammates might look at them in a different way. Deshaun Watson looks at himself in a different way. Well, if I'm not 100%, you know what? I would even make that comment maybe a little bit to Lamar Jackson. Dude, if you're 95% and you can play in a playoff game and you're going to sit that out, I got a problem with you too. I won't lie. I like the kid. I like everything about him. But if you don't put your ass on the line, football is a game you put your ass on the line. You may not feel great. You may not be 100% healthy. I mean, but when you start taking the gladiator out of the guy, I know I can beat you. Okay? Man, I don't get it. You got to get the hell out there and play, Hoss. Okay? The guy who went out there and played with burns on his face. I don't get it, man. Deshaun Watson, they gave you all that dough and you don't want to go play. Like, come on, Watson. It's not like you don't have the guaranteed money. Go play. Agreed, Tone. I'm like, damn, dude. Damn. All right. Eagles, Jets, Meadowlands, and MetLife. I don't believe the Eagles have ever lost to the New York Jets in the series, and I think they're 12-0 versus them. Here's who the Eagles are. Passing, they're 10th, 240 yards a game. They're running the ball at 164 yards a clip. Outstanding. That's second in the league. Points. The Eagles are putting up 28-2. That's sixth. So check this out in the three most important stats. Passing, you're 10th. Rushing, you're second. Points, you're sixth. For all the shit that I've been giving them, you look at those trends. You see, you look at it now going with 5 games. You guys call it stats. I call it trends. This is what they've been doing. This is the identity of what they're doing. You know, they're not able to get the ball into proper playmakers' hands because we see it differently and it looks differently than a year ago. Isn't it crazy? You're getting the same, if not better results this year than you did a year ago. And maybe it's evolving into something else. You know, it's not how you drive. It's how you arrive. And when you look at the numbers here, and you look at the first 5 trends, which are games, 10th in passing, all right. Is that good? Yeah, when you're second in running, yeah, it's great. That's balance. That's balance. 10th in passing yards, second in rushing, and 6th in points. Are there things, get this, what happens when they fix the red zone? What happens when Hurts kicks that number up maybe to 8th passing? I mean, they're kind of right now, they're kind of trending up to be a better offense than a year ago. It's crazy. Devontae doesn't have the numbers it looks like right now. Swift has been incredible. You know, as much as we look at Goddard and Devontae not having really great numbers right now, all those numbers are going to Swift and AJ. That's where those are going. It's just being redistributed differently. Okay? Defense now. 247 pass defense. It's 25th. Terrible. And you lose Slay this week. Rush defense. 61-2. Spectacular. And you lose Carter this week. Points allowed. Now, here's something, again, points allowed. You know, these other 2 numbers become insignificant when you're hanging around 10th in points allowed. You're 13th. You're hanging around 10, which means what? Okay, we may be giving up yards. We may be giving up a lot of passing yards. We're doing great in the run game, and the run defense has been keeping the points off the scoreboard. So you're hanging around 13. If you dissect it, you're not letting a lot of people in the end zone. That's a good thing. The most important statistics is or trends. The most important numbers, you know what they are? Do I score more points than you? End of the day, it doesn't matter how it looks, does it? Right? Passing yards, rushing yards, rush defense, all of that is completely insignificant. Do I score more points than you? Do I give up less points than I score? Do I do that? Well, if I'm doing that, I'm winning games. And that's why you're 5-0. You're 5-0 right now because you score more points and you're not giving a ton of points up. Okay? So basically, again, your defense is evolving. Your defense is evolving. Your offense is getting better. This is the first time I've said this. I think you're getting better. Would you guys agree? I think the Eagles, and don't take it as a slap and a backhanded slap. You're 5-0. I think you're getting better and you're one of the undefeateds. I think that's scary. If I'm San Francisco and I'm playing at a high level right now and I'm watching what the Eagles are doing and they're getting better and better and better and better and better every week, and by the time that game comes around, that thing is going to be a coin flip game. That's going to be a coin flip game November 3rd. Room to grow. Absolute. Doc, San Francisco has no room to grow. Well, Purdy getting better because of the lack of starts he has is going to be the only place that they're going to elevate, which is important because it's the quarterback position. But you guys are going to elevate the tight end. You're going to improve even more in the run game. Devontae's going to get better. I don't know if your pass defense is going to get better. Your run defense, depending on what they do with Nakobe. By the way, is Nakobe active for Sunday? I think that's something to keep an eye on. Is he playing Sunday? Is he going to be activated? Because if he's activated for Sunday, he's going to start. You can guarantee that. He's going to start. For the record, the Eagles are 3-1-1 versus the spread so far. They're saying he's starting. They said they believe he's starting. That's a front office decision that I would be completely against if I was a head coach or I was a position coach. Don't come in my locker room and tell me who to play. Taking plays away from people who are playing well and have earned it is not a way to keep your locker room happy. The Eagles have faced some of the best defensive coordinators: Belichick, Flores, Bowles, Del Rio, Raheem, and now Ulbrich. This team is very scary. I think the Jets have underperformed, and I agree with you, but don't get blown away by their names. Okay? Don't get blown away by their names. Okay? Because here's what the problem is with the Jets. They're averaging 160 yards passing. It's the worst in pro football. Versus one of the worst pass defenses in the NFL, and you don't have Slay out there. Is that a push? 32 versus 25. I mean, okay, so you're a little better. And now with Slay out, it's a push. You're not better than the Jets' passing game. Your pass defense lost its Pro Bowl corner. How do you think you're better than that? I mean, Senior goes like this: Jets passing game, laughing out loud. Eagles pass defense, laughing out loud. Wait a minute, Senior, you're under the impression you're good in pass defense. You're not. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Once again, you think you're better than you are in the secondary. Don't act like Dallas Cowboy fans. You're not. You're under the impression. No, I'm not. He's 32nd. I'm a realist. You're not good either. So it's a push. You both suck. That's not an unfair statement. That's not an unfair statement. And now your pass rush suffers. This has to be a Hassan Reddick game now that Carter's out. So wait a minute. I love how some people look at this and go, you know what? We're just as good without Carter and Slay, even though we're 25th in pass defense. How do you plug that in and say that? You can't. You know why? And I'm not debating it. You lose two guys one guy's on his way to the Pro Bowl. One guy was a Pro Bowler. And your pass defense stinks out loud. Okay? And your coordinator has been spotty at best. Can't wait. Rushing. No Carter? Interesting. 123 yards a game. 11th. Not bad. Not bad. They can run the ball a little bit. They're going to have to. But here, they're running into the best run defense. Oh, wait, Carter's out. Helps the Jets. Points. 18 points. It's 22nd. It's terrible. It's terrible. But the one thing that they do well is run the ball, and your top DT is out. They don't really throw the ball well. Your top corner's out, and you're not very good at defending the pass. Interesting. And the other thing that goes into this with your team, you're terrible in the red zone. We need Desai, Reddick, Job, and Roby to really step up this week. Agreed? Feels like a trap game. Can't take them for granted. They won't, LJ. LJ, they won't. Okay? But, hey, Ray, you know the one thing, though, Ray, that they do that's really great? They never overlook an opponent. That's not the they're not the Cowboys. Okay? They're not the Cowboys. They're never going to overlook an opponent. I see, they respect the game more than the Dallas Cowboys do. They just respect the game more. They know anybody can beat them. They're never going to look at an opponent and go, "Oh, we got this." That's not how they play. That's why when you look at every single game that really they've played since the first year with Jalen starting, where you had that 2-5 start, man, in my opinion, I don't ever remember them not being in a football game, and I don't ever remember doing this. Man, they got the shit kicked out of them. That just doesn't happen with this team. It's just not what you see with them. Okay? That's not, see, again, it's not about the Eagles respecting the Jets. They respect the game because the game can bite you at any moment with an injury, with a team playing out of their mind. The game can bite you. Okay? It can bite, and they know that. Dallas doesn't know that. Dallas will never know that. Here's where I go, and I'm disappointed. I'm more disappointed in the Jets' defense than I am in their shitty offense. Pass defense, 206. They're 14th with those corners. Hey, Sauce, you told us at the beginning of the year that this was going to be like some sort of like a generational defense. You're not a generational defense when you're 14th. Here's the other part of this. Your rush defense. You give up 146.2 yards a game, and you got the Eagles rolling in on you, who run the ball like the best teams I've ever seen going back to the Steeler teams and the Cowboy 90s teams. You're 29th against the rush. Dude, you're not tough. You are a soft defense. And you got Quentin Williams and you just gave that guy your money? Man. Sills is still on the field 45 minutes into the game. Sills, weren't you just praising Desai after the Rams game? He came. I did. I did. I actually praise his game plan. Yes. What don't you like what I'm saying here? That you lose Carter and you lose Slay and you haven't played well when you take away from the fact that I said you had a really great Rams game. And most notably a second half. That's not he's doing as good a job as he can. I'm talking about the freaking players, dude. See, I don't blame batting coaches or hitting instructors. Players have to get out there and play their ass off. Okay? You think Sayla's comments make the bulletin board? LJ, let me know what they are. I'm sorry I didn't. I haven't heard them yet. This is a new week with a new opponent. Desai has to prove it each and every single week. Absolutely. Yeah, but again, if you say something negative, Tone, as you know, everyone gets their panties in a bind. He doesn't have a resume to me. No. To automatically think he's going to – that's right. I mean, here, if you really want to look at Sean Desai's resume, here it is. That's his resume as a D coordinator in the NFL. Right there. That's his resume. No way to look at it. When asked about Jalen Hurts and the run game, Saleh said, we have to go out there and give him 11 kisses. Nothing wrong with that. Everyone knows that. That's right. You have to put a hat on that guy. He said it nicer than I would have. I would have said this. I want to have that guy black and blue by the end of the game. I want everyone to put a hat on him. If you have to hit him illegal sometimes, take a 15-yarder, take it. You got to get him out of there. You got to do everything possible to slow that guy down and beat his ass up. Nothing wrong with that. That's the mentality you do when you go into the game. Some of you don't like to hear that because most people don't talk like that to you because you don't get it. Tone said it perfectly a couple weeks ago. Hey, man, when you're talking about gladiators and warriors, they don't talk about tea and crumpets and cheesecake and wine and bullshit like that. They talk about going in there with a mentality that they want to go out there and they want to take your arm and your heart out. And if you can't take that, that's why you don't play. Most guys think like that. And Saleh said it in a nice way because he knew people get their panties in a bind. Kisses, he meant hits. He'd like to have said cheap hits. Yeah, I mean, actually, Alexander, it's not old school mentality. 49ers and the Eagles think that way. They just don't talk that way because society today can't handle it. I'll say it to you numerous times. This is one of the reasons why I get in trouble with some of the shit I say on my show or on the radio when I was on the radio. I talk to you like I'm in a locker room. Most of the people couldn't handle being spoken to the way coaches talk to people in a locker room. Or how Brady was ruined, or how Mike Tomlin would talk to you. Or how about when Buddy Ryan looked at Seth. Hey, can you imagine some of the people in here, Tone? If Buddy Ryan was your boss and you were a salesman and Buddy went like this to you and one of the salesmen were sick and Buddy went like this, hey, I'm giving you his accounts. I don't want to. I have to because I don't really have anybody else. Don't make me regret it. How many people do you think in a business setting like that could handle that? 2? When you're a football player, all 53 have to handle that. Because if you can't, you're in the wrong business. He's so mean. Hey, he's so mean. Why is he so mean to me? Why does he talk to me with no respect? Because they don't get this, man. The line with coaches are, you know what's funny? Here's one of the greatest lines of all time. You guys know who John Hanna is? Okay, you guys know who John Hanna is today? Do you remember that guard that played back in the day? Do you remember? You remember he played with the Patriots? Okay. He was asked the question. Tone, you'll like this. He was asked a question about Bear Bryant when Bear Bryant was coaching his team. And it was the first influx of African Americans. And Sylvester Croom told me the story too. And I love Sylvester. He was on my coaching staff in Tampa. And I go, is that story true? He goes, totally. John Hanna was asked, hey, man, is it true that John Hanna, what Hanna said about Bear Bryant? He goes, yeah. He goes, he didn't treat the black players like shit. He treated everyone like shit. He treated everybody like shit. You black, white, it didn't matter. He treated everybody like shit. That's the kind of coach you want, though. That's the kind of coach that looks at you in the face and goes, I don't care who you are. I'm going to treat you like a dog. I mean, that's my favorite kind of coach. Most of you guys, man, he's so mean. Jets, in my opinion, even with Carter being out, I can't see them running the ball versus. And they have to run the ball against the Eagles. They have to run the ball. And I think there's going to be a priority to stop that run because you know why? That means you have to rely on Zach Wilson to beat you. Relying on Zach Wilson to beat the Eagles. Now, Tyler Heineke's beat you. I actually think Tyler Heineke's better than Zach Wilson. I think the other guy in New York is better, Tyrod Taylor. I think he's better. If I'm Philly, get this. See this number right here? 146.2. Let me circle this number here for you. That 146.2 with the Jets is all I need to know about you now after 5 games. You're soft. And if I'm Philly, I'm not soft. I'm going to beat you up. I don't know if I'm going to score in my first 3 series, but you know what I'm going to do? I am going to run the ball down your throat. And I'm going to keep your offense off the field, not because I fear you, but because I'm going to beat your so-called generational defense into submission. And as this game continues to go on, I don't care if I win this game 18-0. By the end of the game, you'll feel like it was 180-0. You'll walk off of MetLife Field and you'll feel this. That team ran the ball 50 times and kicked our ass. I don't want to get into any kind of throwing bullshit with them to have them hang around. I don't want to do anything finesse against the Jets. The Jets are not a power team. They are a finesse team. Let me tell you something that I heard Emmitt Smith say today. And would you not agree there's 2 teams? Who are the 2 toughest teams in the league right now? Tennessee used to be there. It's the 49ers and the Eagles. Why are those teams tough? They have a 90s and 80s mentality of running the ball. You know what running the ball does? It makes you a physical team. When you get away from running the ball like Minnesota, look at Minnesota. Minnesota is now a finesse, soft team because what's the one thing they got away from with Mike Zimmer? Running the football. Isn't it funny how most of you, or not just you guys, isn't it funny how come I have to hear this tone? You know, the quarterback has to really come along. We have to develop him. And so we got to rely on a run game. Wait a minute. So you want to rely and use another player to develop another player at the expense of a player so that you can get him in a better place. So you're using the running back to develop the quarterback at the running back's expense, and you want to devalue that? San Francisco doesn't believe in devaluing. Look at the picks they gave Carolina. Look at the picks they gave Carolina to get McCaffrey in the building. If you don't have a running game, okay, you're not physical. Look at the teams that don't have look at the league today. How many teams are physical? Let's see. Let's count them. When you get into a game with them and you go like this, who's a physical football team? Philly? San Francisco? Who? Dallas isn't. They used to be, but they haven't been since Jimmy. Who? Seattle? Probably. Belichick tries to be. He doesn't have the personnel up there. The Lions, Steve says Lions. The Lions are trying to become physical because that's what the coach believes in. Look at the investments. Montgomery, the Alabama kid they drafted. They know they need. Jared Goff is getting better in Detroit, not because of the passing game. He's getting better because they're developing an all-line and they're developing a run game. It creates toughness. That's what's going to make that November 3rd game insane. You're going to have Ali Frazier. It's going to be Ali Frazier. You're going to have two dudes in the ring that will put their ass and life and limb on the line, and they're going to go all the way, and it is going to be a monster game. And it is going to be, I would say this, man, that thing right there, that's a 2 Band-Aid game. You better have the Band-Aids ready, because that's going to be a Band-Aid game. Okay? Most of these teams today in the NFL don't have. You know why? Because being physical doesn't sell a lot of tickets. 17-14, 21-17. League doesn't want that. You know why? The league's more invested in gambling. They want high scores and high prop bets. That's why they've changed the game. It's just a different mentality. Isn't that wild, though? Think about that, for instance, when it comes to the quarterback and the development of the quarterback. You hear this comment all the time being made. Well, they got to rely more on a run game to develop the quarterback because he's just not ready yet. So they're going to have to lean on the run game. And then what are you doing? You're diminishing the run and the running back position by underpaying him. And yet at the end, you're using that position to try to make sure that that position benefits most from it. Well, how can he benefit from it if you're devaluing it and you're not investing in it? It contradicts what you're trying to do. You're saying one thing, but doing another. How could you have a lesser talented running back? Dude, I'm telling you, flat out, here's where Howie has been smart. Howie's not looking for lesser talent at the running back position. Howie's just looking at lesser money. And that's why he took Swift on this. Dude, Swift is not playing to be an Eagle. Swift is playing for the next team he's going to be playing for. And he knows that. He totally knows that. Swift is going to make a ton of money. But Howie's using that. 5 worst teams in the NFL are Green Bay, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Vegas. All have a combined record of 10-15. Keep in mind, Green Bay and Pittsburgh are trying to develop 2 young quarterbacks. You need to run the ball. And get this, the only team that may have an opportunity to make the playoffs out of those group of teams is Cincinnati because they got the quarterback. He may be back. I don't know. I mean, who did they play? Arizona last week? I don't know if I'm sitting around going Joe Burrow's back because he had a great game against Arizona. I don't know. Okay, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm subscribing to that mentality. Right? I mean, Joe Burrow's back? Well, let's see. Kyle says, do you think San Francisco and Philly will be the real Super Bowl sills? Hey, Kyle, I've said this before to people, and I'm very disappointed in the AFC, actually. Now, maybe it gets better. Maybe Buffalo can find some consistency. But right now, the best game would be Philadelphia versus San Francisco for a championship. I tell folks this all the time too. Winning the Southeastern Conference, in my opinion, is tougher than winning the national title. You could get voted into that top 4 thing. Look at the shitty teams in the Big Ten. You're trying to sell me, really, Michigan? They've played nobody. Name me one team that they've played where you went, wow. At least Florida State's got Clemson and LSU on their schedule that they've beaten. I mean, at least there's a resume. You know what I'm saying? At least you got a win on there with the top with top programs. I look at it and go, who have they beaten? Ohio State and Michigan are overrated every year now. I actually think Penn State might be good. Okay? Yeah. But James Franklin's got to win a big game eventually one day. So, here. Yeah, this so-called historic defense that the Jets have. I don't want to hear it. Okay? I do not want to hear it. Jets are 2-3. Now, here's the only thing, and now with Slay and Carter being out, I say it's a 28-16 game. You know why? You haven't proven to me you can close teams out. You have not had a game that you've closed out and you put a team to sleep like San Francisco has. And then you go, San Francisco hasn't played anybody. Neither of you. But they kill teams. You haven't put a team to sleep. Why? Your red zone offense is terrible. It's 27th. There should not be anything on that Eagle team 27th except the player's number. That's it. If you're down in the red zone and you're on the goal line and you're struggling on the goal line, how in the world does Jalen Hurts have more rushing touchdowns than any back you have? You have no red zone back. So, why don't you just do the brotherly shove 4 times when you're down there? I'd rather have you do that thing than try to do whatever you're doing, which is not working. Do that. No one could. Why wouldn't you run a play you got 92.8% chance of having success on versus something that you haven't had and you're 27th? Okay? You have not put teams away. You know this. You can't. And your red zone offense is brutal. Do something different. Jalen Hurts has more rushing touchdowns. Seth said it yesterday. It's a joke. It's a joke. Seth said it. 27th in red zone offense. There should be nothing 27th on that team. You're too physical for 27th. You can't get the ball in the end zone with that old line, you got a problem. You got a problem. It's not play calling. It's personnel. And you're second in rushing. How are you second in rushing and 27th in red zone offense? Explain that. Explain that. You can't. 28-16. I'm somewhere in there. Tone, I'd like to hear. Well, we'll do that in your segment too when we get down there. Do I think this thing can hang around a little bit? All depends if the Jets can get a run game going. Carter's not in. How much has that hurt him? I think a ton. What's been the one difference in the last 2 years with your run defense? What's been the one difference? It's been Jalen Carter. Well, he's not there. So are you going to revert back to giving up first and second down? He's the one difference. There is only one thing that's different when it comes to the personnel in your run defense. It's him. Got to love here, Scott. Serani knows what he's doing. That's why he had his play calling duties taken from him. Because he knew what he was doing. And that was from Jonathan Gannon. Isn't it funny that your so-called head coach was doing such a horrific job of coaching that they took the play calling duties from him? Am I wrong? He was 2-5 and people were screaming for him. No, he's such a great play caller. Actually, I do think he's a good play caller with a drop back quarterback like Phillip Rivers, because he didn't do that bad a job at Indy with him. Chiefs took our red zone playbook last night. Tell you what, Maniac, Kansas City Chiefs, that's a extremely beatable team. Hey, top of the hour, we're going to talk to Barrett Brooks from NBC Philadelphia, and we're going to get his thoughts at the top of the hour. So be prepared for that. Don't forget the 40th anniversary of our great friends at Hooters. 7 locations in the Northeast area. I cannot wait for this weekend. By the way, tonight, Dion Sanders is playing, if I'm not mistaken. Who are they playing tonight? Who does Colorado have tonight? Stanford. They have Stanford tonight. Looking forward to that. I agree with Dion. 10 p.m. Eastern time games. Who invented that stupid stuff? So maybe you want to go into any one of the Hooters in the Northeast area. Go to northeasthooters.com to find a location nearest you. You can also go to the app, hooterstogo.com, find that location, get it, the food being brought out to you by the iconic Hooter girls. Or if you go into any one of the places, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays, $19.83, all you can eat. Kids eat for free on Saturdays, by the way. Also, 6 items, $6. Very simple, all good time. Just go into any one of the Northeast Hooters, all 7 locations at northeasthooters.com. And when you do me a favor, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore, have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Red Sills! Before I bring this gargantuan of a man in here, who, by the way, my wife loves, my aunt wants to meet desperately. Okay, she's like, I want to meet Barrett Brooks, man. I want to meet this man. This guy's like your brother from another mother. And I'm like, I get it. Before I bring him on, though, if Barrett saw this number that the Jets have, 146.2, I guarantee you he wouldn't have a lot of sleep because he couldn't wait to get some of that ass. If you're giving that kind of yards up, hey, man, you got Quentin Williams? I could just hear Barrett going, want some of that money? I want some of that money. Let's bring my friend on from NBC Philadelphia. Boy, man, you would be chomping at the bit here, man. By the way, you look great, Barrett.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Chomping at the bit wouldn't even be the word, man. Quentin Williams and Quincy Williams, whatever that. I would love to be playing against those Q Williams brothers because we run the ball all day, man. All day on them, bro. All day.
Absolutely. Hey, the injuries now to Slay and Carter, does it give you concern? Look, they're better. And the Eagles do such a great job of not acting like Dallas, Barrett, where they never overlook an opponent. But those injuries, do they give you pause a little bit? Because the one thing that you've always said, the Eagles had an issue on first down and surrendering first down. And the only thing that's different has been Carter in the run game. He's not in there now. Does that concern you a little bit? Because they can run the ball a little bit, the Jets.
A little bit it does, but you still have Davis there. You have Williams there. Fletcher Cox will be there. So they have adequate guys that can come in and be very serviceable in stopping the run. But I tell you what, Carter just gives you another level of security when you're talking about a defensive player that you can play on first through fourth down. I mean, this kid can play anything on that defensive line. So I would have a little bit of concern, but not enough concern that I would lose any sleep, not enough concern that I would worry about them not being able to stop the run. They'll be just fine against this team because we're talking about an offensive line is a patchwork offensive line. In fact, they're on their third left tackle right now. So with Brown being out and the other guy that just got put on IR, they'll be just fine against that offensive line. I'm not worried about that. With Slay being out, that gives me more concern than Carter being out.
Why?
Because, now you have to put in younger guys to go in there and play.
And like they are 25th. They are 25th, Barrett, back there in pass defense. Exactly.
We have Edmonds going to have to start at the other safety position. I like Blankenship. I don't at this point. Slay's the only guy that hasn't missed a start. He's the only guy that hasn't missed a game. And with him not being in there, him being a captain at a secondary, him, being able to go out and being able to play and shut down a guy like Wilson, that would be my concern. Who do you put on Wilson now? Wilson is a big-time player, man, and you have to be aware of where he is at all times. With him, with Slay, you can just line Slay up on him. But at this point, I don't know necessarily if I can be confident that Bradbury could be a guy that will follow him around.
Barrett, I tell people the business of the NFL all the time, and I think we're seeing a little bit of it here now. How would you handle this Nakobe Dean thing, man? It looks like they may even start the kid on Sunday. And these two dudes, man, have played themselves into a position where it's not that I think those guys are better than him, but until those guys show me they're not getting it done, I'm not saying Dean won't get his job back, but do you go with the hotter hand, or are you old school thinking this, you don't lose your job to an injury?
That's back when we played, bro. You lose your job when we played to an injury. When we played, that was like an unwritten rule. Nowadays, you got to go with the production. I mean, how do you take out Morrow when Morrow has 17, 18 solo tackles? He has 3 sacks. He's had a safety. I mean, how do you take those numbers out of the equation? He understands how to blitz and decides defense. To me, you just don't do it. Yes, I understand he's not the future and Dean is the future, but we're talking about the right now. We're playing for the right now. And until, I could see that Dean is ready to play, I would just ease him in there. You can't take Morrow and Cunningham and think that you're going to get the same results. Morrow is a middle linebacker. Dean is a middle linebacker. So I understand one of those two had to play, but you leave Cunningham alone. But I think that, Dean really has to be kind of eased into the position as opposed to just throwing him in there right now.
Barrett, give me some insight on why you think. I mean, look at the offense here. 240 yards of passing, they're 10th. Rushing, they're 2nd, 164. And in points, they're 6th, and they're throwing up 282. You're like this. That's pretty balanced. Why are they 27th in the red zone? No. What's the issue there? Does it just come down to the simple fact they really don't have a red zone back outside of Jalen? He's got the most rushing touchdowns of any back in the backfield. I mean, is it that simple? They just don't have really a red zone guy down there like a LeGarrette Blount?
Don't have that fit guy back there, man. I mean, they actually do have a fit guy back that they could put in, and that's Rashad Penny. But he hasn't even made the 46-man roster that they have on game day. So, I mean, I would, if it was just me, I would just be thinking that they're kind of waiting until later on in the season. They don't want to use up their backs like they used up, last year. Sanders towards the end of the year, you could tell he was beat up. They used him too much. And I don't think they want to do it this year. So I'll say this. I think Swift starts getting a little less reps, and they start going with Kenneth Gainwell a little more just to get those reps evened out. But we just don't have that pounding back that you can put back there like LeGarrette Blount, like you said, a pounding back that can go in there and really impose their will, in the red zone. Right now, Jalen Hurts is that guy. So you've seen his run reps start coming up. Do I think that, 16, 17 reps is too many for our quarterback? Yes, I do. But in the red zone, let's just wait till the red zone until we can do it. This defense, when you go against an offense and you're looking at it from a defensive standpoint, I don't fear necessarily the run game as I do the passing game. And I think that's the biggest reason. They want to throw the ball instead of run the ball. I say we just pound it and make us. That's what I say.
Barrett, I mean, this. I don't fear 400 yards passing. I fear 200 yards rushing.
Exactly.
Because that means this. You're whooping me and you're being physical with me here. So do you think so maybe I'm getting a sense already that you think maybe that they're overusing Swift a little bit here because it's doubled his output when it comes to carries since he's been an Eagle now. I mean, usually he hung around 8 carries a game when he was in Detroit. Now he's up to 15 carries a game here in Philly, and he didn't even touch the ball in the opening game. Do you think they're using him too much?
It's a marathon, man. It's a marathon. It's a long season, and you really don't start really running the ball until like November when it starts getting cold, and then you start jockeying position to get into the playoffs. That's when you really start running the ball consistently. We've been running it consistently the entire year. So do I think we're giving him a little too many reps? Yes, we do, because he's shown a capacity to kind of wear down also. So yes, I do think we're running him a little too much, especially when you have a back like Gainwell that could take some of them reps also. Give Gainwell a couple more reps, implement him in the offense, start implementing a little bit of Rashad Perry or even Boston Scott. But at this point, we don't want to wear, Swift down as much as we're wearing him down. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a long season, and we're going to need him in those playoffs.
How about this, man? I couldn't wait to talk to you about this guy. Here's my new favorite Eagle, Suopeta. Let me say this to you, man. If I had a if I had my old VCR or my old clip, I'm gonna hook that up, put it in my pocket, and I'm gonna go like this. Hey, you want to see me kicking the shit out of Aaron Donald? Take a look at this here, man. Look at this here. He's in a contract year too, and I went like this. Holy cow! Is that guy gonna make a ton of money, man? Barrett, he was on an island at least 10 times in that game with him.
Against Aaron Donald. Come on, man. Come
Hey,
on.
he's a UDFA.
Yes. What's that?
He's an undrafted free agent. I mean,
Bro.
he wasn't drafted. It's just really a testament to Jeff Stoutland.
Stoutland University at its finest, man. And they didn't change the offense with him being in there. They had that much confidence. And I kept referencing this the entire week. I was like, look, he's losing sleep right now, but he also understands that he can write his check. He can write his own signing bonus if he plays well against Aaron Donald. That tape right now is worth its weight in gold because he went out there and they didn't change anything up. They didn't slide the line to him. They just virtually let him play, and he did a fantastic job just going out there and playing man-on-man physical football against the best defensive three technique in the league. So, I mean, I got to give him his props. He played his way into some major contract money coming up here. So, yes, he's going to make him some money after this season's over with.
How about this, man? I'll tell you what. One of the things, he's got Quentin Williams this week. So
who's all pretty good,
like you said. So if I have an A game against Aaron Donald and Quentin Williams, I mean he keeps his job, right? When Cam Jurgens comes back, you leave him in there, right?
Well, I mean, it wasn't a step off from when Jurgens was in there, and you might have got a little more physicality with him being in there. You might lose a little athleticism and blocking at the second level, but when you can solidify the line of scrimmage and double team like they were doing and driving guys off the ball, maybe you keep them in there just from a all right, I want to kick your ass standpoint. You know what I mean? A physicality standpoint.
How do you think Hurts has been playing?
I think he's been doing well enough and progressing well enough that this team is going to be ready to rock and roll by the time playoff time comes or in jockeying for position for playoff time. I don't need him to be Jalen Hurts from last year right now, but I do need Jalen Hurts to continue to play the way he's playing, getting the ball out of his hands. His maturation, his offense is getting better every single week. And then, like I said, he's climbing that hill. And as he's climbing that hill, he's only fortifying himself as a major player as far as being one of the major quarterbacks in this league. So Jalen Hurts has done enough that we can enter him into the conversation of still being one of the top echelon quarterbacks. Has he done enough to say that, all right, he's an MVP quarterback? No, but he is one of the upper echelon quarterbacks.
Do you agree, Barrett, that the offense last week, once they tried establishing Goddard, got him going, didn't it look like last year there was a rhythm to it? There was a flow to it. It just seemed to me that it looked like 2022 for the first time with him getting out in the perimeter. I tell people this all the time that have come on the last couple of days. Man, when it was 17-14, that 3rd and 11, he got out in the perimeter, broke that tackle, went up the sideline. I went like this. Man, that breaks your back. That just kills coordinators, man. But everything opened up, I thought, because of Goddard. Do you agree?
Goddard, I tell people all the time, the tight end is a quarterback's best friend. It's the easy throw. It's in the middle of the field. And when Goddard started taking off the way he took off, now you got to allocate resources in the middle of the field to stop him. And when you do that, you can't sit a spy on Jalen Hurts. You have to react to the tight end, which takes your eyes off Jalen Hurts, and it opens up everything else for us, the running game and in the offense. Things start running smoother when you can control the inside. We can already control the outside with Smith and Brown. But when you control the outsides and the interior, now you got something going on because now you got to pick your poison. All right, you want to stop those guys on the outside from the big plays. It's going to open up for Goddard on the inside. When you start trying to stop Goddard on the inside, now you got to allocate resources. Now a safety has a look and peek at him. Now a linebacker has a look and peek at him. Now you can't send those resources out on the edge. So it just opens up the offense when you have a tight end as good as him and have a skill set that he has. So he's one of those players that he can be an impact player whenever they call on his name. They just have to call his name.
Couple last questions here for you. Barrett, who's better, Niners or the Eagles right now?
I mean, of course, I got to say the Niners right now. I mean, I wouldn't be an accurate analyst if I didn't. You may score more points. Their defense is probably the most physical defense I've seen this year. especially with the linebacker position. And I think that's what sets the tone. Those linebackers set the tone. So now when you see the way those guys run around, you don't have to keep a safety in the box. Those two can play the position, so they don't have to worry about the interior of the field. Now you have to say, all right, you're going to slide the line to Bosa, but you still got to watch those guys in the inside. And, that's the biggest force that they have. I mean, at this point, when you look at those linebackers, they can stop offenses from running the ball just by their presence in the inside. You don't even have to bring down a safety.
Warner's spectacular. Fred Warner's spectacular.
Unbelievable. So yeah, I love their interior linebackers. But at the end of the day, you have to account for them. Not just Nick Bosa, which opens everything up. Now we play them, it'll be a different story because now their secondary isn't as good as it used to be. And they definitely can go out there and really, have some big gains out there on their secondary because I believe they can block Bosa. They're going to have to slide the line of Bosa. But can Dallas Goedert and the running back keep those guys in the inside? Will Swift be able to match up well against those guys in the inside as far as linebackers? That'll be where the business will be won at, in the interior with Swift and Goddard in the middle of that defense.
All right. I'm going to do something here that you've been trying to hammer on me for the last 3 years, and I'm buying it now with Dallas. You got your soul taken from you by the Cardinals. Then you got your heart taken away from you by the 49ers, and you still paraded all around this week going, I'm just as good as San Francisco. Hey, that was a bad night. Hey, I'm watching Kelsey bitching about the red zone issues, and the Eagles are 5-0, and they know with the schedule coming up, they know reality. I'll tell you something, Barrett, that football team in Dallas, I will never trust them again. It's like a chick that cheats. It's like a chick that cheats on you. You keep going back to her because you think she's good looking and she's going to do the right thing by you, but she's not gonna, and you know better. But you still keep, and you're like, that's it, man. I mean, dude, that team, in my opinion, I think Micah Parsons is so not a physical player. They ran right at him, Barrett. I mean,
Well, that's what I think.
Would you agree the Lions are better?
Well, you know what? I'll say this. If you run at Parsons, now you take away from the speed and agility that he has. If you're running right at him and hitting him in the mouth, he'll jump around blocks. So when you jump around blocks, it opens up a natural hole. That defense is why they were ranked as high as they were ranked. Like they were good. They were as good as they were, that everybody was saying they were. Once Diggs left, once these injuries started happening, and then you kind of nullify, Michael Parsons' role in them running the ball instead of passing the ball, then you're taking away one side that makes him great, and that's his pass rushing ability. Just run right at him. I'll say this. The Detroit Lions are more physical than this Detroit team. Than this Cowboy team. And head-to-head, if they run the rock, they could beat Dallas and beat them up physically. They can definitely do that.
I think the Chargers are going to beat them this week.
Oh.
Hey,
you know what?
Get Eckler back.
Yes.
They get Austin Eckler back. I think that, and you got Kellen Moore, who kind of knows the other side of the room over there and what those guys
That's the advantage. That's the advantage right there. That's the advantage. He knows the offense.
Dude, you lost yourself a ton of weight, man.
Yeah, bro. Lost 90 pounds, man. Health is wealth, bro.
Yeah.
I'm rock and roll, man. I'm feeling great, bro. I feel like I can go play until I look at 9:07. Then I say, yep, let me pull the reins back. I ain't going.
All right, last question for you. Who's Mr. Philly right now, Jalen Hurts or Bryce Harper?
Bryce Harper can run for president here in Philadelphia. He is the man. Phillies, man. I mean, you look at it, the Phillies are setting the foundation of Philly being a sports city again, a sports town. They went to the World Series last year. The Eagles went to the World Series. To the Super Bowl. This year, they're going to win the World Series, which means, tit for tat. Eagles win the Super Bowl. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Thank you, Barrett. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend, my friend.
You, man. Take it easy, bro.
You got it, man. That's my good friend, Barrett Brooks. Man, I love him, from NBC Philadelphia. Make sure you check his ass out, too. Absolutely, man. Don't forget, The segment with my friend Tone, that'll be at the bottom of the hour. Kayla Santiago will join us at 4:30, and then the much anticipated Philly Godfather. Yes, sir. I think you guys got something to say to him. All right? I think you got something to say to him. Absolutely, man. By the way, don't forget, too, our great giveaway that we have with our friends at Hooters. All you have to do is fill out a email it to us, the code word that we have, and you end up getting yourself an opportunity at winning yourself some merch and a gift certificate. Simple as that. We'll announce it on a football Monday. Can't wait. Absolutely. Brock Purdy, baby. Woo! Is he kicking some ass right now? Man, he is killing it right now. By the way, Taylor Swift in the building last night. Do you care? No, I do not care, actually. No, I do not. All right. 49ers, Eagles. These two teams are outliers because of what we said in the first hour. Why? You're physical. Dallas is not. Kansas City's not. Okay? There's actually no reason for the Eagles, if they continue to trend in a better place defensively. You're not very good defensively. Okay? You're great against the run. Everywhere else, you're not so great. And when you're talking again about San Francisco, they're great at every level. Think about it. They got Pro Bowl wideouts. They got Pro Bowl linemen. They're going to have the number one pro. Get this. Brock Purdy's going to be the Pro Bowl quarterback. It's not going to be your guy. Probably Mahomes, because a little bit of a popularity contest. Oh, my God. Hey, JoJo, you're not under the impression Jalen Hurts is playing better than Brock Purdy, are you? You're not under that impression. Don't lie. Even Barrett Brooks said that 49ers are playing better ball than anybody right now. It's funny. He says it. Yeah, I say it. You're upset. Okay. San Francisco came out of the gates on fire, but will run down on steam as the season wears on. Most. Why would you say that? You didn't last year. Why do you think they will? They didn't last year. Why? Why can't they do it? They're not playing as tough a schedule as you either. Right? He's playing. Goddard looks like Purdy is the next Hall of Famer. Now, I didn't say that. You don't have to be a Hall of Famer to win a Super Bowl. Okay? Hurts, Embiid, and Harper. I would take Embiid out of that. Okay? I would take Joel Embiid out of that. If Joel Embiid doesn't belong in that threesome right there. Sorry. I don't look at him as a winner. Most teams hit adversity at some point. You got a little bit this week. Hey, get this. Thank God you're not playing the Dolphins this week without Slay and Carter. So maybe you did get a little bit of fortune here. Right? Because if you don't have Carter and Slay versus the Dolphins, you lose. You lose. Purdy has one good game and still thinks he's the best. One good game. So the guy's 10-0. He's thrown 22 touchdowns and 4 picks in those 10 games. He's a top-rated passer in the game. That's one game. He's the top-rated passer in the league right now. And you're saying that's one game. That's an inaccurate comment. One game? He's the top-rated passer. I don't know. Hurts 22-1. So, he's undefeated. Hasn't lost the regular season game yet. So, he doesn't have anything to show for it, and neither does Jalen. Chris, Jalen has nothing to show for that. Every time you guys put those stupid, hollow numbers up, they mean nothing. Unless there's a brass ring or a championship trophy on the other side of it. That's like telling me that the 17-0 Patriot team is one of the greatest teams of all time. And they're not. Or the 72 win Golden State Warrior team, that it's one of the greatest teams of all time. It's not. The 70 win Bulls team is. Why? Because they closed and ran through the tape. There's no way. And you see, the people that try to move the chains in here are the same people that have those idiotic political conversations where you can move the goal post or you can move the yardsticks in political talk. You can't move that in sports. You either win a title or you don't. Plain and simple. No matter if you're 21-1 or whether you're 10-7. It has no bearing. That 22-1 makes you look dumb. Like you root for being okay. Do you get it? I goof on you when you do that. And so does Tone. Because this isn't about looking good all night. This is about winning championships. Okay? This ain't about, well, the Patriots team is one of the greatest teams. Yeah, well, they got the Giants and Eli Manning. Opie beat you. Opie beat the greatest team of all time. Dude, how about this? This is an even better example before I get Tone in here. The Phillies just beat a 104-win Atlanta Braves team. The Phillies are a wild card team. If they're under your notion, they shouldn't have even played, and they should have just put the Braves in the World Series because they won 104, or they were 22-1. Hey, man, team sports are different than being a boxer or a golfer or a ping pong player. This is different. Let's get our friend Tone in here, the segment.
Big Sales, how you feeling, sir?
Hey, man, this is one of the beautiful things that I love about you too, man, because I'm like this, man. Hey, you know, team 13 wins. It's a 13-14, man. It's really great. How'd the season end? They got bumped in the opening round of the wild card game. They didn't win their division. Okay, great.
hey, listen, man. It's funny you brought up, they keep bringing up the 21-1 thing, right? And it's a cool story, right?
It is.
It's cool to talk about.
It's a cool story where Hurts came from to have that.
Right. Like I bring that up to discuss the distance traveled, right? Jalen Hurts is a guy who was not thought to be what he is now, but he's here and he's thriving. So we love that about him. And as Eagles fans, we want to continue to prop up our guy. So I understand the angle Eagles fans are taking with it, right? 21-1, this guy is a winner. He dominates. He hasn't lost a road game. He's like 10-0 on the road in his past 10 road games. He's the man. It's exciting. I love to debate it with my friends. That's where you use that, right? But at the end of the day, when it comes down to did the Eagles win the Super Bowl or did they lose the Super Bowl? What's your answer, Eagles fans? We lost. So again, 21-1, cool story, bro. But at the end of the day, man, we're trying to win the war. We're not trying to talk about battles we won. We're trying to talk about wars we won.
Absolutely. All right, the Carter and Slay injury. You said that it looks like Fletcher's playing, which is a huge thing here. Does that add more to the concern for this game here? Because again, the one thing the Jets do fairly decent, when I look at their number here, 123-2 rushing per game that the Jets had, and they're 11th doing that. You know, the only thing that's been different, Tone, from the last 2 years has been the addition of Carter versus the run. With him not being in there, I'm not saying they're not going to be, because Davis has played unlike he did a year ago, so he's still going to be a force in there. But does that give you any concern there, the fact that they're 11th running the ball?
So I look at it like this, right? Yes, the Jets are 11th running the ball, but we have to take into consideration who were the teams that they were running up against, right? The Bills. The Bills aren't necessarily the most stout run defense team. They're ranked 16th in terms of giving up the run with 116 yards per game. The Cowboys, we all know what that looks like, right? The Cowboys are not a team that's necessarily the stoutest at stopping the run. They're ranked 10th, but we all know what that really looks like off the paper, right? We know if you run at the Dallas Cowboys defensive line,
yeah, because it's fool's gold on what happened with those 2 New York games out of the gate. That's why the Cowboy numbers are so good right now, Tone, because they killed those 2 teams. They had like 92-0 or 92-10, whatever it was. So those Dallas Cowboy numbers, in my opinion, are misleading.
Yes. Do you still have me? I know my signal's kind of dropping a little bit. Do you still have me?
Yeah, I got you. We're good.
Okay. All right. Another team that they went up against is not really good at stopping the run. The Broncos. The Broncos are one of the worst defenses in the NFL right now.
They are last.
Right. The Broncos, if I'm not mistaken, let me make sure I got this right. In terms of run defense. Excuse me. Rushing yards per game. Broncos are not one of the better teams at all. Broncos are, where are they? At the bottom. 32nd. By the way,
good this year. And
yeah, by the way, I actually have my numbers wrong. Buffalo was actually ranked 25th in terms of stopping the run. Denver is ranked 32nd in terms of stopping the run. The Dallas Cowboys, they're still Dallas, they're ranked 21st in stopping the run. How can I respect the team that puts up the rushing yards that the Jets do, when in reality the teams they've gone up against in terms of stopping the run can't stop the run? You know what I mean? Every team they've gone up against has been in the bottom half of the league in terms of stopping the run. So therefore, are those rushing yards fool's gold? They can't even get Dalvin Cook going.
I agree with you. I agree with you to a point, but you're taking your top run defender out of the game.
That's true.
And you have not been an elite run stopping defense for 2 years. And now you're taking – I'm not saying the other guys haven't improved the run, like Milton Williams, Fletcher, and Jordan
Davis
have all contributed to it being better. However, those guys were there last year. And now with Carter not there, you kind of look at it like this. I agree. They're better. They're going to be better no matter what.
Here's my counter. The Jets are missing, I believe, 2 of their starting offensive linemen. 2 of them are questionable. They're missing Elijah Vera-Tucker. They're missing another guard. They're missing another tackle as well. Mekhi Becton is questionable. Another tackle is questionable. So their offensive line is pretty much piecemealing it up. So that's pretty much my counter to that. Yes, they are missing Jalen Carter, but the Jets offensive line, they have some problems as well. So I think at some point the rubber has to meet the road, and I think the Eagles win that battle.
How about this with Slay being out and the fact that your pass defense is 25th?
I'm concerned about that for the simple fact that I do expect the Jets to try to get that ball out of his hands early. So on top of that, the Eagles aren't a team that's really known for playing too much press. So are they going to allow Zach Wilson to try to beat them underneath?
I might let that happen because get this.
I don't trust him on a 13-play drive. I don't trust Wilson on a 13-play drive there.
And that's where I would say this to you, Tone.
Yeah.
I'd still play him back, and here's why. Somewhere out of a 10-play sequence, he's going to throw a pick because he's just not good enough. And I'll play you in between the 20s with maybe a lack of not having an all-pro corner out there, and we're a little light in the D-line now.
So
maybe I'll play pitch and catch with you because I don't think that guy can beat them.
So you think the Eagles are going to force him to make throws?
That was going to be my next question. Do you think you blitz him more, or do you blitz him less and just rely on him? Because why should I make the gamble of blitzing and making the gamble of a change when that guy hasn't proven anywhere in his career that he can beat teams. It's been flashy, spotty at best. Okay, Bills, few games last year, but it's been all over the place. I don't think that guy could be in a consistent drive and win. I just don't think he could put up a 7. Does that guy look like he could come off, and that offense look like he could come off on a 12-play drive and put up 7 points on that Eagle defense, even without those guys?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe it either.
I honestly don't even think that he can sustain. They can't sustain drives, right? The only thing that their offense is truly holding on to is their ability to run the ball. And I think the Eagles are going to be able to limit that. Will they be weaker because they're missing Carter? Absolutely. But at the same time, I don't trust Zach Wilson to be able to sustain a 10, 12, 14-play drive on the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm willing to bet Nick Sirianni and Sean Desai say, you know what? We're not going to blitz at all. What's going to happen is we're going to rush 4, and we're going to force him to drive this entire field. And we're going to allow our playmakers to make plays on defense, and eventually he's going to either fumble, throw an interception, or it's going to be a 3-and-out. He's not going to be able to sustain 10, 12, 13-play drives for 60 minutes. He's not going to be able to do it.
You run the ball at this team, don't you?
Yes. I want them to prove to me that they can stop my running attack, which I don't believe they can. I'm running right at Quentin Williams. I'm running right at all those guys. I want to test their fortitude.
146.2 of all the things that the Jets don't do. That's got to be one of the most disturbing since you just gave that guy $25 million annually. And you're giving up 146.2, and we're being told, by the way, remember what we were talking about with Sauce Gardner on what a great year he had last year?
Mm-hmm.
Hoss, you're giving up right now, your pass defense is 14th. I was told this was going to be a generational defense. When I look at the numbers, you're 29th in rush defense, you're 14th in pass defense. You're giving up 21 points. It's not too awful, 14, because you're kind of round in there a little bit.
Right.
But, dude, 146.2, if that's me, Tone, I'd run that ball 30, 40 times with them because I do not believe. I think you soften them up, and I think you force them into submission.
Exactly. You know, I'll do everything in my power to really actually – I'm going to make it where Zach Wilson barely even sees the field because we're going to be beating them up so much on the line of scrimmage. We're going to sustain 13, 14-play drives lasting 8, 9, 10 minutes. I mean, there's no reason why the Philadelphia Eagles should overthink this matchup. You know what I'm saying? This is the kind of matchup that you just want to get through. You don't want to get into a gun show with the Jets, right? You want to get in and get out and move on to next week.
Absolutely. Do you run Jalen a lot in this game?
No need. Why? I don't think so. I mean, if he's back there, if he's back there in the pocket and he's ready to pass the ball, but things break down and no one's open, okay, Jalen, make something happen. But as far as design runs, I don't see the need in trying to put. See, this reminds me of that Bears matchup from last year. Think about it. You're going up against a team that has no shot in hell in making any kind of noise. Why put your quarterback in harm's way and lose him in a game that kind of lose him in a matchup that doesn't necessarily matter? You get what I mean? At the end of every win matters, right? Even that Bears win mattered. But what I'm saying is,
I got it.
You lost Jalen to the Bears, right? I'm not going to lose Jalen Hurts to the Jets. I'm going to rely on my running game. I'm going to rely on my running backs to get physical. Now, am I going to do a brotherly shove here and there if I'm in the short yardage? Okay, but I'm not going to put my quarterback purposely in harm's way against the New York Jets. I need him against the Miami Dolphins. We already see the injury bug is already starting to take effect on this Philadelphia Eagles team, mainly been on the defensive side, but that doesn't mean Jalen Hurts is exempt. Remember, he had that run last week. It looked like his knee blew for a second, but that man is an Iron Man somehow. But nonetheless, I'm not going to sacrifice Jalen Hurts for a Jets matchup. Go in. Don't overthink it. They suck at stopping the run. Use DeAndre Swift. Use Kenny Gainwell. Rely on your offensive line and go home. I don't even care about the score. My score prediction is 28-17.
That's that's where I'm at. I'm at 28-16 for that game. And again, the only reason, Tone, that I'm that, I guess, for a shitty team to still be kind of close is just because they haven't shown me their ability to put teams away. And that leads me to this. It's funny. How could a team be considered a power team? And I consider the Eagles a power team, and I consider them a very physical team. But how come they're not physical in the red zone? That to me, it just doesn't make sense that you're second in the NFL in rushing, right? You're second in rushing, and it's got to be a personnel issue because you said this. Well, I'm not going to run Jalen. Okay. Well, they don't really even like to run Swift down in the red zone, which means they really don't have a guy. And I heard people saying this. Well, maybe they're saving Penn. You don't save anybody, dude.
Yeah,
it's about winning ball games Sunday. It's not about winning.
Right.
Nobody thinks about winning a game 3 months from now. Nobody thinks about that. They think about what they're doing 2 minutes from now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I actually put the red zone issues more so on play calling than personnel. I look at this team from top to bottom on offense. There's no reason why you can't get Dallas Goedert the ball in the end zone. There's no reason you can't get AJ. You got those big body guys like AJ Brown and Dallas Goedert back there. I don't understand why you can't, especially if you're in like a second and goal, third and goal situation, right? I'm not saying you don't try to run the ball with your running back. Give DeAndre Swift a chance. I'm not saying he's a red zone back, but give him a chance. If he's showing you that he can't get 5 yards or whatever, okay, pass the ball. You have Dallas Goedert. Those big bodies can box out anybody back there. I don't know why they're overthinking this thing. I'm tired of seeing design runs in the red zone with Jalen Hurts. It's too compact. It's too much junk down there for me to get him involved in that kind of situation. If you're on the goal line, if you're at the 1 yard line, okay, brotherly shove it. But other than that, if you're at the 5 yard line, at the goal line, 5 yards out, and it's third down, I'm passing the ball. I'm not running the ball. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like they overthink it down there. Stop putting Jalen Hurts in harm's way when you really don't have to. I'm not trying to change his game, but what I am saying is I put it more so on play calling. If you really pay attention, it seems like the play calling is pretty decent up until they get to the red zone. It seems like they get into their own way. So I put it more on play calling rather than personnel. You got too many talented guys on that offense for it to be personnel.
The brotherly shove it. I'm starting to like that one all of a sudden too. Way to go. Tone, if what a lot of people don't understand when it comes to red zone, what do you think is the biggest problem that a lot of coordinators have with the red zone? What do you think becomes an issue why you're doing different things down there?
Real estate.
That's right. The back of the end zone, because you don't have the field to operate.
Right.
And a lot of plays are designed with space. And today's coordinators are guys that like to spread you out immediately. Well, you can't do a lot of spreading out of anybody. And the defenders have another defender. They have the back of the end zone. So you're really playing down in the red zone an additional defender. You got 12 defenders back there now versus 11. So it's really 12 versus 11 because you can't do the things and you're confined to small space areas. That's the one problem that the offense has, or it has been having, is because they haven't been able to get the ball to Goddard. Goddard is a close proximity type of player. Block and release, get the ball to him. And to me, getting the ball last week to Swift and to Goddard, that proximity of that small space, I think it benefits them. And for me, down in the red zone, I'm not going to the big wideouts. I'm going to Goddard or I'm going to Swift.
I'm with you on that.
Let's just see what these guys can do. That's been the problem for Brian Johnson, in my opinion, is that the back of the end zone has been a problem for him because, he's so used to wanting to get, so everyone's spread out, AJ open, Devontae open. You don't have that luxury down there inside that red zone. So you have to have a completely different play calling down there.
Yeah, red zone play calling has been so shaky and it's been highly questionable. I mean, we see why Jason Kelce was upset last week. Obviously, he was mad that the players are coming in late, but I also think he's frustrated by the way the red zone offense has just been looking. It's so many questions down there. I think this has to be a game where you figure it out. You have the Miami Dolphins last week. This has to be a game where you go, if you have 5 red zone opportunities, you got to go at least 3 out of the 5 for touchdowns. You have to, because you have the Miami Dolphins last week and they take care of business and they run something sort of a fast break offense. They can score on you quick. So you have to take care of business.
How about what I said earlier about the running back position? Isn't it funny? I heard Emmitt Smith say this today. Emmitt goes like this, the running back position in the NFL, he's like, at the expense of the running back being developed, you always say this about your young quarterback. Well, we've got to rely more on the run game. We have to get the running game going so that the quarterback can come along. Using the running back to develop your quarterback, yet you devalue the running back position. And to me, what's happened in this league is that teams have become finesse teams. There's really only two bullies, like we said yesterday. It's the 49ers and it's the Eagles, okay? If you're not running the ball, and you brought that stat up, I mean, all those teams that aren't running the ball, they're not winning. And if you can't run the ball on a consistent basis, when I watched Kansas City last night, do you know what I think the best part of that team is? Is the development of Pacheco. He looks like a player, man. But I'll tell you what, because they're not physical, I think Kansas City's more beatable than they've ever been in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I like what Kansas City's doing with Pacheco. I was watching some of that game last night. I was going back and forth between the Phillies and the Braves, and they're getting him involved not only in the run game, but they're getting him involved in the passing game as well. You know, I can't remember the exact number, but I'm pretty sure Pat Mahomes completed a pass to about 10 different receivers yesterday, and that includes wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. They're trying so hard to get some off. They're trying so hard to generate some offense. They're digging to the third running back, you know, to the fourth or fifth wide receiver, the second or third. They're trying so hard to get offense generated, and it's hard, man. But you know, regardless, man, the running back like DeAndre Swift with the Philadelphia Eagles, right? He's a weapon, right? He's a weapon. You got to utilize him to his fullest capability. He's not going to be back next year, so you might as well just run him to the wheels fall off.
Absolutely. All right, couple last ones here.
Yes, sir.
Cowboys versus the Chargers. What happens?
What do I want to happen? Or
No. I know what you want to happen. What happens?
I heard this stat earlier on Sports Take. Apparently, the Cowboys are 9-1 after a loss since like 2010 or 2011. It's a weird year, but basically they're 9-1 after losses over the past several years. That's a pretty interesting stat. But I think it's a game where the Chargers can catch them slipping again. I spoke about it earlier. You know, that 49ers loss, that kind of loss can either do one or two things to you. It can either elevate you and remind you of what's important, or it can be the beginning of the end. I believe it's the beginning of the end. I think the Chargers win that game 26-21.
I agree. How about this last one here? What's your take on Deshaun Watson?
Yeah. All right. I'll try to make this as politically correct as possible. You know what? Forget that. You cannot be guaranteed your entire contract, and they cleared you. They cleared you. They say you're good to go. You're good. You're good for action. Time to go. Yeah, but it still doesn't feel right, dude. Listen. We saw Joe Burrow. We saw Joe Burrow going out there playing on one leg, basically, and they pretty much weren't the same team, but they're slowly starting to figure it out. It was the Cardinals, but they're slowly starting to figure it out. My point is, he went out there and balled. Deshaun Watson, you cannot be doing this to your team when they need you. Let's be totally honest. The AFC North is for the taking.
Absolutely,
it's for the taking. And I honestly think he saw who was on the card. He saw the 49ers on the card. He saw what they did last week to the Cowboys. I think he's making a business decision.
Oh, so he saw Khabib coming into town and didn't want no piece of that, right?
Hey, listen, I saw Khabib in I forget where he is. I forget where he's from, Turkey or something like that. I don't know, but I saw Khabib in the woods wrestling a damn bear, a grizzly bear.
It was Russia, man.
Those 49ers did a real deal, and
I'm gonna smash your boy.
I think Deshaun Watson made a business decision, man. There's no way you don't play that game knowing the division is for the taking, knowing you guys need some wins. It's not a good look, man. I don't like it. You got your money. Man. It's not like you're playing for a contract. Go out there and play, dog.
I'm gonna smash your boy. Hey. He said that about Conor McGregor, man. I was
my God. Could be one of the best ever, man.
He did. I'm going to smash you, boy. Hey, thank you very much, Tone. I appreciate it, my friend.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you as always, my friend.
You got it. That is our great friend, Tone, with the segment. Hey, also, our good friends at Hooters, do me a favor. Football tonight, Colorado versus Stanford. Saturday, college football. Sunday, NFL. Monday, NFL. Go to any one of the 7 locations nearest you in the Northeast area. NortheastHooters.com. Find that location. Go in and enjoy what I've been talking about for the 40th anniversary. Fall football and Hooters. They go together. Synonymous with football. Absolutely. Do me a favor also. Go to the app if you don't want to go in. HootersToGo.com. Got to try some of the fabulous items on the menu. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays, $19.83, all you can eat. Kids eat for free on Saturdays. Great happy hour specials. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com when you roll into any one of the facilities. Do me a favor. Tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills! Top of the hour, we will look at week 6 of the National Football League. Then we'll have Kayla Santiago from our post-game show here at JAKIB on at 4:30, 5:30. We will have our friend Philly Godfather, one of the most anticipated segments. Actually, Tone can't wait to get a piece of him, too. Hey, you got to answer for Carlo, man. Hey, you got to answer for Santino. Got to answer for Santino. That's one of my, you didn't think you could pull that on a Corleone, did you? You got to answer for Santino, Carlo. Right? You got to answer for Santino. Maniac, what the hell do you know, man? Right? What the hell do you know? 49ers are overrated. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so's your defense. Okay? It insults my intelligence. Dude, he should have lied. Carlos should have lied and lied. Don't ever tell an Italian. Because, see, an Italian guy, don't ever tell an Italian the truth. Because he'll try to fool you into telling the truth. Because he wants to hold a grudge. Okay? We're born to hold grudges. Okay, you should, and I'm not going to say anything out loud about my aunt here. That'll get me in trouble later on. But you say one thing about anything that my aunt might not like, man, that thing is put up on a chalkboard. You said, what now? And it's brought up. Hey, man, my grandfather, same thing, man. Dan, happy Friday the 13th, brother. Great show. Thank you, Hollywood. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm very superstitious too, man. Leave the gun, take the cannolis. Watch the kid. Watch the kid when you're pulling out. Okay? Watch the kids. Watch the kids. Hey, I need some mattresses. We're going to stuff those people up there for a long time. Watch out, Paulie. We're going to exterminate you. He's driving under the brook. He's driving. You know when you're down over the when you see those railroad tracks, you're down in Brooklyn. That's down in Brooklyn down there. Yeah. Too bad, man. Hello, Carlo. Yeah. Hello, Carlo. Dude, never sit in a car with an Italian like me, and if I'm in the back seat and you sit in the front seat. I would never go for that. When I sit in a room, I never sit in a room where someone could sit behind me. Like when I don't know why. I think it's just something that I have no idea why. I will never let anybody sit behind me. Okay, it's not going to happen. Can I sit in the corner over there, please? Back there? Yeah, the corner, goes like this to a V, like, I don't know. Right? LJ goes, so now you're starting to sound like my wife's smart ass. LJ's such a smart ass. Okay? What's that wire thing in your hand? What wire thing? I don't got no. Hey, I don't know. How come we have 3 suitcases in the back seat? I don't know. I didn't notice them. How come there's suitcases? Where are we going? Hey, we're going to Bird Sanctuary. How you doing? Where? Hey, it's all right. It's a place where birds hang out. What are we doing there? Hey, the ground's a little shaky. You put something in the ground. It kind of, See, I used to have people in my family, Tone, that used to do this. I'm going, Uncle Frank, what are you doing? What are you doing? Something wrong with your watch? Yeah, I just told this guy he's got 5 seconds to get in that hole. What? What do you do for a living? I work in insurance. I cancel policies. Oh. Oh, man. Funny, man. Hey, it's okay. I love that movie, man. I don't really like Godfather 3, though. Luca Brasi, Sleeping with the Fishes. Got to be one of the only movies on the planet every single buddy knows. Every single line in that thing. I take the cheesecake over to cannoli any day. I don't know, man. I got to think. My wife even said this. My wife goes like this. You think there's good cannoli shops in Philly? I go, come on. Are you crazy? I mean, if I had to pick great cannoli places, New York, Boston, Philly, Chicago. Maryland, I don't know. Jersey. Yes, sir. I've had a cannoli in Jersey. Yeah. Jersey's got good Italian food. Absolutely. Yep. I'm not eating a cannoli in Charlotte, North Carolina. California? I don't think so. What's the name of it? Termine, South Philly? Oh, Neil. Put that right there, Neil. Termine, South Philly. All right, we're going to look at week 6. Get you guys' take. Then we're going to talk to Kayla Santiago from our post-game show. That'll be at 4:30, and we'll get her take on how she sees this Jets game. The loss of Jalen Carter will kind of expand on that a little bit more as well. Who's going to be more of a loss? Jalen Carter or Darius Slay? We will hit on that. I better write that down or I'll forget that. Jalen Carter or Darius Slay. We'll do that. Okay. We'll come back. We'll look at week 6 of the National Football League. Please hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills National Football Show. Appreciate all of you coming aboard here on a Football Friday. Thank you so much. Colorado, Stanford tonight. I'm looking forward to watching Dion and Shakur Sanders tonight. Colorado's getting a lot of heat. And so is Sanders. Have you seen this like victory thing he's doing with his watch? Have you seen this thing? I've seen even pros do it, right? His like touchdown, he's like showing a watch. I guess he wears like a really expensive watch. Good for him. I'm happy for him. And there was an article in USA Today, and they were saying something like unsportsmanlike or sportsman, or is he just having fun? You're kind of questioning it. And to my point is, well, kids today are trying to market themselves because of the new NIL laws. You know, you get to market yourself. You get to do whatever you can to promote yourself and market it. You come up with a touchdown dance, or you come up with a great gimmick that's in the end zone. I go like this. Great for the kid. Awesome. No, fantastic. I think it's great. But to even question it, I love it. I don't have a problem with it. I think every kid should have an opportunity to make as much money as he possibly can. Why? The school does. The NCAA does. All these people now that are the networks do. Then look, who do you think has benefited more from Dion Sanders and Shakur Sanders? Fox or Dion Sanders and Shakur Sanders? Fox has. Look at the TV ratings. They're going to get 10 million viewers tonight. So I don't give a shit what you think. You make a ton more money than me. I'm taking 1% of what you're making. Why should you have a problem with what I'm doing? You know why you have a problem? Because you're jealous. You're jealous of a kid and a guy who got bravado, and these guys are all boasting, and it comes off as boasting to you. I support that 100%. I'm a big fan of it. Not doing anything wrong. Not doing anything criminal. He's not doing anything to shame the university. What's your problem? What you don't like to see is a young African-American kid taking advantage of the system. That's what you don't like to see. Once you say it, why can't people say that, Tone? Why can't you just say that instead of dancing around it like I just did? I found myself to being a little embarrassed by me having to dance around that. And I don't dance around shit. As you could tell, I'm not really built for dancing any longer. Why can't you just tell the truth? You got a problem with a young black kid promoting himself, making a ton of money. Why can't you just say it? Just say it. You don't want to say it. Because then you have to hide under your desk when some idiot calls you a racist for bringing it up. It's embarrassing. I tell you what, you had no problem with Johnny Manziel going, cash money, baby. Cash money. Nobody had a problem with that. But Sanders does something. Young black African-American athlete who's taking advantage of the system, and you have a problem with that. Totally, Alexander. It's hate. You know how many people, not just black, that Shakur Sanders is inspiring? Hundreds. Kid's a role model. Yeah, Manziel does it. Swagger. Sanders does it. It's a distraction. Yeah, code for he's black. Hey, Tone, now you could see why I could get in trouble sometimes because people I've been talking like this as a proponent for African-American athletes and coaches for 34 years. Don't ever say anything about me ever again saying something negative about promoting African-American athletes or coaches. We need more of them. We need more heroes so that they can inspire. It's ridiculous. Okay? You don't like – Colorado's getting all the love. Dude, it's been one of the greatest stories in the fall so far. Okay? It's been one of the greatest stories. Man, I love it. Hey, LJ goes, how much nil would Jerome have made? Okay. Should I do it? My aunt will kill me. Can you imagine Playmaker? How about Dion? Dion played during my time. What do you think? Hey, how much money do you think Dion Sanders in primetime and Playmaker would have made? Bosworth. How much do you think those guys would have made? Bo Jackson. Okay, how much would Jerome have made? Let's see. Jerome had 3 cars, 2 Corvettes, a Grand National, an apartment on Brickell Avenue. And both of us had 2 credit cards. I can't say where they came from because there's 2 men still in business. And by the way, one of them owned your team. I'll leave it at that. Hey, let me say this to you. We always knew where Jerome was going to play his. Why do you think Buddy used to come down to Miami all the time? Why do you think he used to come down to Miami and he would sit around with me for 2 years teaching us defense? Buddy, we knew where he was going. Okay? I'm not snitching on anybody. I'm not snitching on anybody. I'll just say this to you. Hey, LJ, I parked cars at this certain restaurant in Coconut Grove for about 30 minutes, and I made $1,500. I walk in there the first time, I'm parking Jaguars, putting them in, hitting curbs and shit. I was terrible, man. And I finally got the hang of it. Hey, I went in there about 30 minutes of parking cars. They go like this. Come here. Okay. And here I get $1,500 in cash. I'm like, I used to get these business cards. I'm not naming the businesses. I used to get these business cards if I wanted free meals, where I could go to this seafood place in Miami, and all you had to do, because on the back, you just had it was, you just showed it that this is a free meal, no drinks. He didn't want us to have any drinks because he didn't want to be responsible for it. But every time we went into the seafood place, we all got free food. Yeah, it was fantastic. One of the best seafood places too in South Florida. Still there too, man. Oh, yeah. Man, I had an apartment on Brickell Avenue. You know the place, Tone's too young for this. You guys remember what is that? Miami Vice? They had the hole in the building. I had Bernie Kosar lived there. I lived there. Jerome lived there. Highsmith. It overlooks Miami. Oh my God. Hey, when we were at our awards banquet, my final year there, Jerome and Alonzo go, shit, man, I don't want to leave. No one wanted to leave. No one wanted to leave. Statute limitations, my friend. Statute limitations is up. You can't get me now. Why does Jason hate? Why does Whitlock have to hate on every successful, proud black man? It's sad. Anthony, that I don't get. But you know why, Anthony? Because he does the media thing. He attacks every successful black person. LeBron James. You ever notice it's all of them? Hey, I talk about LeBron as a player, but as a human and as a NBA person that's been a spokesperson, he's been spectacular. He's been utterly spectacular. I mean, he's never been in trouble, and he's been a great, in my opinion. He's been spectacular. Yeah, Fly. I think it's jealousy. That's why it bugs me a little bit about when I watch people talking or trying to make a story out of Shedeur Sanders or what Dion's doing. Dude, Dion, I'd want to play for him. I admire him. What exactly does Prime do on the field? He brings your university eyeballs, recognition. He brings the University of Colorado exposure. Tuition has gone up 54% since Dion Sanders has been the head coach and since they've been on national television. Merchandise has been going through the window. Advertisement and advertisers are flocking to Colorado. That's exactly what he does. He brings volume of exposure and money to your university. He is the most important proctor at that institution, more so than anybody else. There's a reason Alabama. Do you know who the highest paid state employee is for the state of Alabama? It's Nick Saban. Do you know who the highest paid person, state employee in Louisiana is? It's Brian Kelly. There's a reason. Those guys make more than the governor. Scott goes, so Prime is a cheerleader? How could he be a cheerleader when every player in the country wants to play for him now? How is that a cheerleader when you inspire people to want to come play for you and play for you? How's that a cheerleader? Your guy's a cheerleader because he has no say. This guy runs his entire program. Your boy's a cheerleader. You could do with him or without him. Let me say this to you. That's a great point, though. Thank you very much, Scott. You think that? How about this? How many people think that the Eagles would be 5-0 without Sirianni? Would you be 5-0 without Sirianni? Oh. Yes, I do. Yes, Jason, that's a fair comment. Yep. Scott, do you think the Eagles would be 5-0 without Sirianni? Let's see what Scott says here. I'm interested. You think the Eagles would be 5-0 without Sirianni? He's not the glue. Howie's the glue. 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 Scott doesn't think he'd be 5-0 without Sirianni. So wait, let's get this right. You haven't had a losing coach since 2000. You haven't had one losing coach since 2000. What's his role? Like every other guy's role. No. Maniac. He's not the glue. He's goo. He's goo. You haven't had a losing head coach since prior to 2000. Even Chip Kelly had a winning record. Oh, Nick's the greatest. You fired every one of them. Get the same culture, doing the same shit. Not too much has changed. Just curious. What's he bring to the table? What's Nick Sirianni bring to the table that Doug didn't? Oh, Super Bowl, most definitely. How about this one here too, Scott? When Doug got put in a situation to win a Super Bowl, he did it. When that guy got put in a situation, he dropped the ball. That's fact too. That guy delivered. Doug delivered. You got lesser coach right now than you had when you won the Super Bowl. It's why you're not winning big games. I'm talking the games. The Super Bowl. Outcoaching the Super Bowl? You'll be outcoached again. There's not a reason you should lose the Super Bowl. There's just not a reason. No reason for you. But we have these training wheel coordinators again. We're going through this crazy ass. Get this. How is Howie such a fabulous evaluator now of talent, and yet he still goes down the road of bringing lesser coordinators in? Why would you go? Look, I think you did a good. I'm going to say this to you about Gannon and Steichen. Howie hired better candidates for head coaching than the coordinators. Steichen's probably was a better coordinator than I gave him credit for. Okay? Gannon's turning out to be a better. Would we not agree? Tone, would you not agree? Gannon looks like a better head coach. Potentially, it's at least hey, he prepared his Cardinal team to kill the Cowboys. I'm more impressed with what Arizona did against Dallas than what the 49ers did against Dallas. I expected them to kill the Cowboys. I didn't expect the Cardinals to kill them. I didn't expect them to kill them. Cody, you don't believe they're coordinators? You don't believe your coordinators are training wheel coordinators? You don't have the best coordinators in the NFL on your coaching staff. You had them when you won the Super Bowl. Jim Schwartz's defense is number 1 in the league. Frank Reich has been a head coach in the league on 2 teams. Doug Peterson won the division title last year in a playoff game and your Super Bowl. You're trying to tell me you think you have a really good coaching staff right now compared to that 17 staff? It's night and day. It's not close. It's not close. Not close. If Nick had had Schwartz, yes. Nick's got the 4th best coaching record in history. So he's Matt LaFleur. Got it. I won a lot of games that don't matter. Signed Marty Schottenheimer. Oh, yeah. Hey, man, I don't mean to hurt your feelings like that. I don't want anyone to cry, man. So let me get on to the games over here a little bit before we get Kayla on with us. Oh, man. Don't cry too hard, man. You guys need me to wipe your eyes, just let me know. No, I'll cheer you up here a little bit. I'll get little upset. You know, I know how some of you get. You know, you guys get a little nervous there. What about Nick? Don't you like Silzaroni? I think he's a bullshit artist. You asked Maniac, I told you. I think he's a bullshit artist. I don't think he tells the truth. I think he tells the truth to his players. But when people ask him a normal question, I think he's a bullshit artist. Brian Johnson's doing a great job. No, he's not. Jonathan Gannon's a really great D coordinator. No, he's not. Then they hose Angelo. His final week on the air, they don't want to go on because Angelo kept going like this. That Jonathan Gannon guy is not a good coordinator. And Nick swore he was. And then what did he do? He stabbed you in the back. I'm protecting you guys. He was out house hunting instead of preparing for your Super Bowl. I want to live in Scottsdale. How much is that? 10 million? Mr. Bidwell, do we have it? Yeah, okay. I'll take. What about the game on Sunday? I'll get to it. I got a little time later on. What's Andy Reid and Mahomes? I'll get to it. Me and my wife are house hunting, looking for schools right here in the Scottsdale area. Hey, see my new pool? What about the game Sunday? Do you? All right. Sunday games. Yes, sir. Let's get into a little bit of them before Kayla comes on here. Baltimore, Tennessee. I think the fire sale will begin after this game. Baltimore, I believe, wins this game 28-17. We will do that. All right. We're going to pause this here for a little bit here. Don't forget, Philly Godfather will join me at 5:30. I've been watching our post-game show, and I'll tell you what, man, we've upgraded a lot of things on our post-game show. And I like Kayla Santiago because she fights back with Seth, Mike Missinelli, and you got to – hey, when you can argue and know how to argue on an Italian dinner table, okay, and you got Missinelli. See, it's not about having It's not about having the truth and all the facts. It's whoever hollers the loudest. And see, she knows this. So she knows how to handle tie-ins, and she's got Seth. Very impressed with our JAKIB post-game show. And here's Kayla with us right now. Thank you so much for coming aboard. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be a part of your show. Always love watching it. So excited to be here and talk some birds and some Philly sports.
So are you enjoying being around those guys? A lot of high-end personalities, Kayla, that you have there on that on that set.
I'll say it's been awesome. I actually watched them growing up and listened to them on the radio. So it's pretty cool to be all. It's funny because I think that they understand that when you go up there, you've got to put on a show. It's not just about, as you mentioned, talking about football. It's keeping it entertaining for the time that you need to. And I'm sure you understand that completely as well. So learning that side of it, just being a part of the football minds, it's really cool. And then watching the game in the green room, especially with Seth, since he's a former player, it's definitely a different experience, but it's been a ton of fun so far.
Okay, give me your overall assessment so far. First 5 weeks of the Birds, they've been what to you?
I think that they've been what we expected, and I think last week was the best game that they played. And I think for once we could say that it's not just a win is a win. Last week was a true win. And everybody said, listen, you're complaining about the Eagles and they're undefeated. We expect more. There's more that you expect from a guy who almost won the MVP last season and brought this team to the Super Bowl. And now they're finally in a stance where I think that they're starting to really get that offense together. Last week, I think, was the best game they played all season long, but that's got to continue. Right now, I think it's exactly what we expected in terms of the undefeated season. At least for me, I've had them winning up to this point.
They're not very good in the red zone right now. They're 27th in the NFL, and it's been on the soft side of the schedule. Now after this game, you get the Dolphins on the flip side. Then you start to see teams like the Bills, the Dolphins, the 49ers, the Cowboys. You got to buy in there somewhere. That's got to improve if they're going to want to beat those type of teams, I would think.
They need to improve. I think especially offensively. You look at this team right now, and it's like, okay, well, 1 week they're really good at running the ball. The next week they're getting everybody off in the offensive zone in terms of the receivers. And I think right now it needs to be a whole game where you're able to get a little bit of everything going. We saw that a bit last week. They didn't really use the runners. I don't think they needed to, but we talked about it on the postgame show as well. The most important thing right now is not having Jalen Hurts get hurt. Utilize those running backs. I couldn't stand last week when I believe it was 4th and goal and they're running Jalen Hurts. That doesn't make sense to me right there, or going for the 4th down rather. So you look at that and you say, okay, the offense on all cylinders needs to get going. I think the defense and Sean Desai, they completely turned it around. That's what everybody wants to see, because Jonathan Gannon, he didn't do that last year. Sean Desai is already doing that early on, and it's good to see, especially with the young defensive secondary.
The injuries to Jalen Carter and to Darius Slay, not that the Jets are going to sit there and are a juggernaut. Now, to me, I think you catch a small break here, because if Darius Slay and Carter are out against the Dolphins, I'd have an issue with that. But because the Jets don't really have a very good passing game, I'm wondering still, though, is there concern going into this game? Because, again, one thing they can do a little productive, and that the Jets can run the ball a little bit here. So do those injuries kind of worry you here?
They don't really worry me at all, and I'm right with you on that point. I'm not worried about the Jets' offense whatsoever. I'm really just not, because I think that even for some reason, if the Jets were able to get their offensive going, I think the Eagles have a better offense to be able to, quote-unquote, have a shootout. That's not what's going to happen to me. I think the Eagles are doing the perfect thing, because you look at that Miami matchup as well, and you say, okay, you need those guys in that game. It's a little bit more precautionary is what I'm looking at it as. Now, if they're not good to go the following week, then you say, okay, I worry a little bit, but you don't want to put Jalen Carter in there, and for some reason, he makes that ankle even worse. Give him a rest. I'm not worried about the Jets. They'll be absolutely fine, and let's reconvene the following week.
How do you think Jalen has played?
Jalen had his best game last week, but before that, I didn't love the system that he was running. I think it's a lot of him and Brian Johnson trying to get on the same page, but we've talked about it a little bit. You see Jalen so hesitant to run. And in my mind, that's Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson saying, Do not get yourself hurt. And then Jalen's overthinking that a little bit. I can't stand when he runs a little bit and just stops like a deer in headlights and doesn't know where he's going. When you're Jalen Hurts, you either need to be confident in that run or don't run it at all. I don't want to see him get hurt either, but I think he's going to get more hurt if he stops and then lets all these linemen come at him and kind of take him down in that standpoint. That being said, I think last week was his best week of football, and he didn't play any preseason games, so I expected him to start out a little bit slow.
Are the Eagles overusing DeAndre Swift? And with this, I'm saying that, his workload when he was in Detroit, he was never really a red zone guy. They had another guy that had that distinction of being a red zone back. And then his carries up there in Detroit were anywhere from 7 to 8, somewhere in there. Now he's averaging 15 carries a game. So we're looking at a guy who's really not had that kind of production when it comes to carries per game. Do you think they're overusing him, or do you think it's this? Hey, that was, and by the way, Kayla, that's the third best O-line in pro football in Detroit. So it's not like he's running behind that much better of an offensive line. They're good up there with Penei Sewell and them dudes in Ragnow. Mm-hmm. So that's a productive line, but they were always worried about his injuries in Detroit. Do you think the Eagles are overusing him a little?
Durability definitely worries me just a little bit with DeAndre Swift, but I don't think that they're overusing him because you can see the difference when Kenny Gainwell is in the game versus DeAndre Swift. In my opinion, I truthfully think that this offensive line is made for a running back like Swift rather than Kenny Gainwell, and that's why they made that switch. Now, you look at games like we saw last week and even the week prior, they didn't really use the run game a lot, which I didn't love. At the same time, though, it gives Swift a chance to take a little bit of a breather. I think he's your number one guy. You always have to worry about injuries in the NFL. I do understand that, but I don't think they're overusing him at all. It takes a little bit of the pressure off of Jalen Hurts as well. And you got that offensive line. Right now, I know injuries can be an issue, but I'd say you've got nothing to worry about until you do have something to worry about.
Who's a better team right now, 49ers or Eagles?
That's tough. Listen, I think the 49ers are a very good team. I think they're a very complete team. I look at Philadelphia, though, and the adjustments they made last week, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and I do have to go with Philadelphia. I think you've got another year of Nick Sirianni. You've got Jalen Hurts right now, another year of him as well, and he's starting to really, really understand how this game works. The Eagles, in all cylinders, I really like them better than the 49ers. And you talk about the defensive front, and I know everybody says the secondary is so young, but if you got a guy like Sean Desai making those adjustments mid-game, and you got that line, their defense is very, very tough to get by. They've got one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. Their offense is spectacular. I would take the Philadelphia Eagles any day.
Okay, how about this one here? It looks like there's going to be a decision to be made on Nakobe Dean. And it looks like they could potentially start the kid. Would you really pull out a guy who's being considered one of the better and most productive linebackers in Nicholas Merle? Not that I think Nicholas Merle is the long-term answer to this, but, in today's NFL, don't you go with the hot hand? You got two guys that are really performing well. I think Zach Cunningham actually has helped improve the tackling, especially with the two D tackles and the way that they're playing. That's been an improvement from a year ago, really for the last 2 years. You went from 22 to 16th to now you're number one against the run because you have that whole dynamic. Now you're going to put a guy in who's coming off IR, hasn't really ever really played the position. Are you really going to take a guy out? How would you handle this?
It's a tough situation, but I do think that Murrow deserves that starting spot, and he's absolutely been playing like it. Now, Nakobe Dean, I think you come back, but this is the thing. When he comes back and he's ready to go, he doesn't have to face as much pressure now that Murrow's in that spot. Now, I think that you look at the situations and you look at different games and you say, maybe, okay, down the line when Dean is a little bit better and more healthy, then you start him. But I think it's a good situation, right? Murrow has been playing some very, very good football. Didn't have the best game last week, but you can see each week he's getting better and better. And you look at a guy like Dean who's going to come off an injury and you expect him just to start when this defense is really clicking with Sean Desai. Absolutely not. I think you stick with what works until it does not. You keep Murrow in there. You wait until Dean is fully healthy and ready to go. And if there's a situation where you've got to start Dean and he's out playing Murrow, okay, then you make the switch. But right now, don't put that pressure on the guy and just make what worked work.
Couple last questions for you here. Who's the king of Philadelphia right now, Bryce Harper or Jalen Hurts?
That's a hard question, but I have to listen. I have to go with Bryce Harper. I mean, you watch the Phillies right now, and for the second consecutive year, they are making a deep playoff run. And the way that he just embraces Philadelphia, I get that he's not homegrown, but I have to go with Bryce because Philly, no matter what, it's always going to be a football town, even when the Eagles are bad, even when they're good. But you look at baseball, and the last time everybody's been so excited about the Phillies besides last year was back in 2011. Bryce Harper brought that back, and people are just so grown to him. When the Braves players said attaboy, they were making shirts about it. Everybody was on Harper's side. These fans just gravitate towards Bryce Harper. I probably say that right now because the Phillies just won last night. I understand it may be a little bit of recency bias, but Bryce Harper has got the city in a chokehold.
I'll tell you this too, Kayla. I've been now covering, and we're based in Philly, obviously, and so the fans are really like, it's like people I grew up with, man. They're going to talk all kinds of trash to you, but they're going to be the most passionate fans to you, and they're going to be always embracing because they're loyal to the soil. And when I watch a baseball game at Citizens Bank, or I look the way that they play there, it's like a football atmosphere. Whether you're watching the Sixers, maybe not the Flyers so much yet, but the Eagles. I mean, it's a football mentality, or maybe it's just a Philadelphia sports mentality. It's not like they separate the sports. They have the same passion for all the sports.
It's the best city in the world, and I get chills every single time I watch any play. I mean, you look at the catch by Rojas last night. You look at the grand slam by Stott about a week ago, and it's just crazy. You just feel the energy, even if you're not at the ballpark. When you're scrolling through Twitter, it's Phillies, it's Eagles, it's Sixers preseason game. It's absolutely nuts. And it's just so fantastic. And I think that's why people gravitate towards it, because it's so much more than just baseball, than just hockey, than just football and basketball. It's truly like a family out there. And these players absolutely love it. And all the fans want is they want to have players that are going to love it and step up. You can see that Bryce Harper loves that. Jalen Hurts loves that. And that's what's really making it work. It's awesome to see. And it's really awesome for another year that these teams are so successful.
All right, I'm going to close it up with this. This is the reason I'm picking 28-16 for a score for this Jets game, is because they have not shown me the ability to close teams out yet. Funny, when I put a score like that, it's going to make the game look closer, but it's not going to be. If you know where I'm coming from, they're going to pretty much dominate it. But I think they've kept every team in games, probably maybe except for that Buccaneer game where you never really felt. But every other team almost had a chance at a last possession to get a chance to be in a position to win. So till they can show me they can close teams out, I'm going to keep the other team kind of in the room. That's where I'm going with 28-16 and why I'm going with 28-16. Yet I think the game will be more in their hands and it won't be what the score looks like. Does that make sense?
I do, and my score prediction is pretty much right there with you, 24-14. I have the Eagles winning. I think that the Jets, honestly, they get a touchdown in the fourth quarter. That doesn't really matter. I think Jake Elliott is going to go out there and do his thing once again. I don't see this game being worrisome. I don't see this game being close. I know everybody says, well, Darius Slay is out. Well, Jalen Carter is out. Well, technically, what it looks like from my viewpoint, the Jets offense is out because they have not proven anything so far this year. So I'm not worried about it. And once again, for whatever reason, if the Jets can get their offense going, the Eagles offense is going to be able to keep up ×2. It's not really a worrisome game. I do think that in this contest, I want to see the defense come out a little bit stronger like they did in that second half of last week, but it's not a worry at all. I hope I don't eat my words right now, but I am confident in this Eagles team to pick up another win and remain undefeated.
Well, you have a great call and a great time on Sunday on the post-game show. Folks, make sure you check out our post-game show on JAKIB following each and every single Eagles football game. She's doing a great job. She's a massive upgrade from some of the people we had last year. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much. We're definitely going to do this again. Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you so much for having me. Go Birds.
You got it. That is Kayla Santiago, jumping aboard with us. Fantastic. We appreciate her coming aboard. And don't forget, once again, to check her out when it comes to our post-game show. Guys, do me a favor. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you also understand one thing, by the way, with our fabulous friends at Hooters. Please do me a favor. 40th anniversary. If you get an opportunity to go into any one of the 7 locations near you in the Northeast area, you go to northeasthooters.com, find that location nearest you, and for you to be able to have yourself a great time. Football tonight, you got Colorado, Stanford. Saturday, college football. Sunday, you got NFL football, and also on Monday. If you don't want to go to any one of the places, go to HootersToGo.com. It's the 40th anniversary. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. And when you go into any one of the facilities, do me a favor, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild brigade.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills! Football Friday, baby. Oh, yeah. Philly Godfather, who loves the Cowboys, will be on at 5:30 Eastern. Ooh. You see, unlike some of you in here, I have people who come on this program and take accountability for their takes, unlike you. Or some of you who lie. Liars. Liars. I never said that. Yes, you did. You did. Liars. 20% of you in here are liars. Liars. Sileo has to take accountability for Mario Cristobal. I did already. Guy screwed up, took accountability for it, move on to Carolina. What do you want him to do? Cry like you? I can't believe I did really. Hey, get this. How about this guy here, Niner all day? So he wants Mario Cristobal to take accountability for him having an awful moment in a football game, and you got a $20 million a year coach in Denver who didn't know what the down was. How you doing? Coaches screw up. You paying a guy $20 million a year, and he didn't know what down it was. How you doing? Well, Mario didn't take a knee. That guy hey, that was a coaching error. That guy didn't know where he was. I mean, is that guy suffering from Joe Bidenism? What is it? I mean, there's two things I can't understand about Biden: what he's saying and where he thinks he is. It's like listening to Lou Holtz. Hey, Tone, I don't mean to go there, but I mean, listening to Joe Biden is like listening to Lou Holtz. I just know where I'm going. Notre Dame's the best. hey, Niner all day. I just seen, I've never seen anything like it. And, those guys are the best. I can't believe those guys are just like that. Notre Dame's the best. Okay. Gee, I give Corso credit. At least, and he's an old guy. He's more there for the lid. I'm in, There's a Hamas. What? Yeah, Joe Biden or Lou Holtz at the podium. I talked to Netanyahu and then Hamas. Sure, I guess. Is that where the $6 billion went? Into the ether? I just thought Notre Dame's the best. Who am I listening to here? Am I listening to Lou Holtz or Joe Biden? I guess so. I got to get into week 6 before I get in trouble here, man. Hey, let me go. I don't know, man. Honest to God, every time I listen to that guy get in front of a microphone, Joe Biden, I start laughing because I think of Lou Holtz. Notre Dame has got the best. Hey, it's the Golden Dome. Did you say Iron Dome? No, the Dome. The Iron Dome? Is that what you're saying? The Haspinas. Iron Dome. No, not Golden Dome. Does it matter? No. No, not. No. Hey, Barb, you see why they're afraid of me, ain't you? That's a way. I don't wonder why. I don't want Sutani. Notre Dame. Hey, Tone, I'm sorry, man. The Golden Dome. Iron Dome. Dude, Iron Dome. All right, let me go. Week 6, National Football League. Oh. Oh, man. I'm almost afraid. Hey, Barb, I'm almost afraid at time to turn the news on. Okay? Sills is definitely tone deaf. You're damn right, man, because I don't have anybody ever tell me how to think or how to talk or how to say anything. I'm not a follower. Sheep. Do you ever think I said? No, I don't care. Okay? I don't care. I don't care what party you are. I could care less. No, not happening. It's not working. All right, week 6. Let's go back here. Let's reset it. Hey, Kansas City and Denver last night. What an absolutely atrocious football game. Kansas City doesn't look that hot. Okay? Kansas City does. Hey, how many people look? Am I right when I say this about Kansas City? You guys agree with me? Kansas City, that's the worst Kansas City team in 5 years. Okay? That's the worst KC team in 5 years. Okay? Quan, don't go there. Let me stay focused. Okay? Oh, man. Right? Hey, Kansas City just does not. It just does not. I'm going to Baltimore, Tennessee. I said 28-17. All right. Washington at Atlanta. Who you got here? Okay. Atlanta? Bart goes, I watched one play, Mahomes threw an interception. Then suddenly there was a penalty. Boy, he does get the calls, man. Boy, he does. Who said that the Kansas City Chiefs get the benefit of the calls? Because I'm starting to buy it. Dude, I'm starting to buy it, man. I am. The fumble, everything. Tyreek said it. Yeah. You know why? Taylor Swift. You can't have that team losing games. They want Taylor Swift at all these games. I guarantee you that number for Amazon last night went through the roof because she was there. Not because of that shitty game. Okay? But because she showed up. And all them Swiftie chicks. Oh, did you see her? Why was she like that brute? He doesn't have any brains. He's probably just really, really got a big, giant personality. Which he does. Well, our personality from what I know. Why is she with him? I mean, look at Travis Kelce. Okay? Look at Mr. Pfizer. I mean, come on. Oh, man. That thing's going to get great numbers, though. Washington, Atlanta. Atlanta by 3, Joseph? Atlanta by 3. I'm going to pick the Falcons, too. I'm going to take the Falcons here. I'm going to take this game. I'm going to go 28-21. Minnesota, Chicago. I mean, really? Minnesota, Chicago. Wow. You talk about yard sales. This is a yard sale. This is a yard sale right here. You know, if you were Chicago, do you think you made a mistake by trading out of that pick with Carolina and not taking a quarterback? I mean, Chicago's going to get a shot here at one of these new quarterbacks. You got to think Justin Fields is done. Jesus, gravity, Matt. This is terrible. I'm going to go Chicago here. 26-17. I think Minnesota sucks. Seattle at Cincinnati. Interesting ball game. Seattle at Cincinnati. We're going to find out if Joe Burrow's back and if Geno is really for real. How many people think Geno's – yeah, I'm asking the right people. How many people think that Geno Smith's a one-year wonder? I don't think he's been playing horrible. I got the Bengals here. I got the Bengals here pretty big. I got 31-14. How about the 49ers, the best team in the National Football League, versus the Cadavers or the Cleveland Cavaliers or the Cleveland Browns, is it? Browns. Deshaun Watson. Hey, Deshaun Watson saw what was coming to town. Fred Warner, Joey Bosa. He was like, you know. I don't know. Maybe my arm hurts. Hey, look. Hey, here's Deshaun Watson. Hey, Deshaun, you're cleared to play. Not really. Why? I don't know. My arm hurts a little bit. No, Man, I got my arm hurt here a little bit. Who's quarterbacking for him? I don't care, really. Oh, my God. The 49ers are going to work this team over so bad. Hey, look at all the Eagle fans. Browns. Really? Not even you believe that. Not even you believe that. Well, going with the Browns. The Browns are the better team. The Browns. Yeah. Hey, this thing here is 30-7. $30-7. The Browns are going to win. The Whiners by 10. Now, there's a good take. I took 49ers 4.5. Now it's at 10. And wow. Oh, so it was 4.5 when Watson was on the field. I may have thought that I may have taken the Browns if Watson had showed up. 31-17, babe. 31-7. How you doing? That's right, LJ. I'd like to see the Eagles put a 30-7 game up. Maybe we'll get there one day. Let me know. Hey, this is a perfect game for it, isn't it? Why can't you beat this Jets team 37? Hey, will you be disappointed if they score double digits? The Jets. You think you can hold them to 7? $5-0. One of my favorite lines. 21-1, 5-0. What's it mean? Nothing. 5-0, 21-1. What's it mean? Nothing. 6-0, 22-1. What's it mean? Nothing. 7-0, 23-1. What's it mean? Nothing. 24-1. 8-0. What's it mean? Nothing. If it was 21-1, and I would mean no, it doesn't mean anything until you win the championship. Dude, if 1-21, we wouldn't be talking this way about a 1-21 team because they got years away from being competitive. Like, nobody's sitting around going, hey, those Cardinals, man, I mean, can you really believe how poor they played last week? Anybody in their right mind wouldn't have that conversation. They didn't play very well last week. No shit. Look at their roster. Okay? No one talks like that about a crappy team if they're 1-21. You're like this. You got a long way to go, man. When you're 1-21, remember this. When you're 1-21, your conversation is not during the season. Your conversation is in February and March and April. That's when your highlight is. When you're 1-21 during the football season, what are you talking about? You're not showing up to a game? Okay, well, good for you. I mean, great convo. You're kicking a team around that sucks. Okay, fantastic. Yeah. We won the NFC Championship. Congratulations to you. Won a nice consolation prize. You know what winning the NFC Championship is like, JoJo, in the NFL? It's like winning a preliminary heat before you get to the final. You won a preliminary heat. 21-1. 5-0. What's it mean? Nothing. 21-1. 5-0. What's it mean? Nothing. Yes, sir, baby. My MVP's kicking ass right now, man. Brock Purdy. Woo! Woo! Brock Purdy killing it. Dude's absolutely killing it. Bam! Carolina at Miami. This is going to be a fun game to watch too, because I'll keep an eyeball on this thing during the Eagle game. Because, I think the Miami game's on early, isn't it? The Miami game's on early. So, Carolina, Miami. 38. Carolina 10. Yeah. Miami. Indy Jacks. This game will be close, man. I got to tell you, Colts. 21-1, 5-0. What's it mean? Nothing. Oh, man. I got the Jags winning this 27-14. New Orleans at Houston. Purdue winning 10. What's that mean? Nothing. Did they win the Big Ten championship? I know what they won. Didn't they win the weedeater.com bowl or something? Big Sills don't go to weedeater.com bowls. Hey, if I'm at the weedeater.com bowl, I'm out. I only show up to New Year's Day, man. Hey, I only play the main stage. I don't play the weedeater.com bowl or like the Chips Ahoy bowl. It's not happening. Sills, have you ever played in the Frito Chip Bowl or that thing up with the blue turf? No. Sills, you never played in the Guadalajara Bowl? No, it's not working for me. Yeah. Kyle, I already told you, 28-16, I got you, man. Oh, I can't wait to get the Philly Godfather on. I can't wait. Sills, you ever played at the Helen Keller Bowl? No. My bowl games were sugar, citrus, and Fiesta in orange. I only play New Year's. I only play New Year's. You know, some guys go like this. Sills, you ever play off Broadway? No. No. I only play in the big ones. The Jimmy Kimmel Bowl? No. No disrespect to Jimmy Kimmel. Okay? But I don't play in bowl games like that. Yes, 11. Fiesta against Penn State. Yeah, 100 million people watched it that night. Most watched college football game in history. 25 share. Saw two teams play. Yeah. Most watched game in history. Because I was there. And now I sound like Dion. The Bud Light Bowl. No. Hey, Tone, Tone asked me, Tone, you ever play in the Bud Light Bowl? Hey, Tone, you ever played in the Bud Light Bowl? Holy God. Oh, my God. I got New Orleans. No, you know what? I'm going to take an upset here, and I'm going to go the Saints. I'm going to do the Saints here, man. And I'm going to stick with the Saints one last time, 24-21 in a close one. Arizona versus the Raiders. I got Arizona winning this game. Okay? An upset. 26-18. Philly Jets, 28-16. Detroit, Tampa Bay. I got Detroit winning 30-19. I got Buffalo killing the Giants. Hey, another guy, Dimes Jones. That guy sucks, man. You gave all your money to that guy. Holy cow. Seriously, man. What a massive 45-10. All right. Philly Godfather's coming up. I cannot wait to talk to him. Hit the like button. Power Hour coming up. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. E-A-G-L-E-S. Eagles.
Philly Godfather. He will join us at the bottom of the hour here. Just to recap and reset a little bit here. We'll take a look again and go back over a little bit of what we're going to see, I think, on Sunday with Jets and Eagles. Again, you know, you guys always do this. You guys, hey, and to your point, I thought about it for a little bit here. When you guys, how many of you think that 21-1 record is a big deal? And being 5-0. I'm not going to make fun here. I'm going to make a point here. How many people think that's a big deal? Do you think 21-1 and 5-0 is a big deal? Yes or no? Again, I'm going to make a point here. Devin goes, no, it's not, but it's a nice sample size. Devin, do you know what it shows? It shows that the Eagles are awful consistent, right? And for you to be a champion, that's the thing you have to do if you want to be a champion. So to the extent that it doesn't mean really anything, however, wait a minute. It shows that you are consistent every single time you step on the field. Okay? There is a way to look at this. It's a big deal when discussing Hurts' growth and development and his ability to do his job consistently. I think it's not just Hurts. I think it's the entire team and organization. Okay? And organization. You see, in football, it's just not about the quarterback. I know the quarterback, and it is important. Right, Twiz. The trend is this team plays like this at this level every single time it steps on the field. So to that extent, it does matter. Because watch this. Here's the Cowboys. They don't play like that. They haven't played like that in 30 years. Okay? They haven't played like that in 30 years. Up and down and swings and pitches, and it's so inconsistent, it's frustrating. The Eagles aren't a frustrating team. They're not frustrating. Okay? Cody, it's a big deal because, again, like the 49ers, here's the two things that I would say, though, over the last 3 years when it comes to the 49ers and Eagles. Both of you are in the same boat. You got to win it. So you guys have been the most consistent teams in the NFL, and yet you have nothing to show for it. Except your consistency. Whew. That, into a context, is frustrating too. All right? But how about this? To your point, do you know what you're becoming? You're becoming the Atlanta Braves. Every year you're good. Every year you're there. You win 104 games. And in the last 40 years, you got one World Series. Congratulations. The Eagles are the Braves. Am I wrong? The Eagles are the Braves. Consistent, but yet frustrating. Braves have 2 in 40 years. Correct. 2. Yeah, right. Have 2. No, the Braves aren't like the Cowboys. The Braves are like you. Actually, they own 2 titles. Okay? You don't peak early? I don't know what that means. You don't think you're like the Atlanta Braves? 40 years you've won 2 titles. Model of consistency. Always being there in the East. You're not the Tampa Bay Rays because the Rays have never won one. Okay? You're more like Atlanta. Atlanta's done okay. What are you talking about? Atlanta just won 104 ball games. Got knocked out, 21-1. What does 104 wins get them? Nothing. People admiring them. Well, yes, Atlanta Braves, 104. Great season. 50 home run guys, 40 home run guys. What'd he get you? Nothing. Cody, to some, yeah, should be a compliment, but it's not. Again, we have this conversation all the time. Look at San Francisco and the Eagles the last 3 years. Model of consistency, no wins to show for it, that hoist the championship. I mean, is it going to be another 30 years before the Eagles put another crown on? You guys are thinking this guy's going to win. Why would you think Jalen Hurts is going to win another championship when it took you from 1960 until 2017 to win another NFL championship? Oh, but this is different. Oh, okay. You hope. As a matter of fact, we've seen Super Bowls won without elite quarterbacks. Nick Foles ain't elite. Joe Flacco's not elite. Brad Johnson's surely not elite. It's not about elite quarterbacks winning Super Bowls. That's Dan Marino. Andre Sills, CBS, he is out. So is Darius Slay. Okay? Hope's eternal. Sound like the Dodgers. Look at the Dodgers. Hey, look at the Dodgers and the Braves. Whew. Man, I don't know how you go into your owner's meeting and go, yeah, okay. Eagles are not the Cubs. The Cubs are not winning consistently. They're not. They're not the Cubs. No. Okay, here. One more just to go over this game again here on Sunday. What will be the biggest concern in this game? Is there one? Is there one concern with who is a bigger loss, Slay or Carter, in this game on Sunday? Slay or Carter? Who's the bigger loss? Michael says Carter. Why Carter and not Slay? You see, I say it's Slay. Slay because pass defense is already shit. Right. At least you have that's completely my take too. Tone. Absolutely. I don't think you can afford any more losses in the secondary. I think you could get by. Hey, do I think that Carter and Slay would be a huge loss if this was next week against Miami? I guarantee you this. If you had lost those two players versus Miami, my opinion, that game could be a pick'em game. That could be a pick'em game. Okay? That could be a pick'em. Because You're going to need corners against those guys. Hey, by the way, did you see what Claypool in Tyreek Hill and what Jalen Waddle are doing together? All three of them? Yo, Big Seals, Eagles going 6-0. Let's pray Cowboys lose again. Philly 500. I think they will. So we can watch the complete collapse. It will be glorious. Slay and Carter are getting a week off. Don't need Slay. Wilson stinks. Yeah, huh? Look at my boy right there, man. Okay? Yeah, but your pass defense stinks, Philly. It's 25th. Now with no Slay, you got the greatness of the MILF Hunter. Oh, hey, man. The Philadelphia pass defense made Mac Jones look like he was Tom Brady. Guy threw for 300 and some yards against you. Shit, dude. That guy, they're talking about him being on a week-to-week nipple. And you know, Philly's going like he thinks there's Brian Dawkins back there. Come on, Philly. What's up with that? Philly 500 making it sound like you got Lito Shepherd back there. Oh, man. You ain't got that back there, brother. That ain't happening. Zach, hey, what if Zach Wilson throws for 300 yards against you guys? Holy cow. Hey, here's Zach Wilson's number, Tone. Right here. 285. Hey, Philly, here's Zach Wilson's numbers versus your great defense, your pass defense. 285, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. That's what I think he does against Philly. I got 28. Hey, Philly, I got 28-16. What's the score you have? I got 28-16. By the way, Philly Godfather is going to join us and talk about some of these games coming up here in a minute. 27-10? 27-10. We're giving guys weeks off now. Furloughs. Like they're in the Army. It's just the Jets. I want you to have that attitude like Philly does. It's just the Jets. Don't worry about it. Here's who the Jets are. So if Philly's right, okay? If he's right, here's what you have. He's right. The Jets suck. You should beat this team 31-7, right? Passing. They're the worst passing offense in the NFL. It's terrible. How in the world could the Eagles give up any kind of passing yards versus him? Right, Philly? 123 running the ball. Not bad. Oh, boy. I've been sitting here waiting. And Philly Godfather, boy, I'll tell you what, man, he's got a lot of wolves out there right now. Everybody's coming for him now, man. Where's your boy? Where's Dallas Godfather? Can't wait for the Dallas Godfather. Where is he? Where is that sons of? What's going on here? I can't wait to get a hold of this guy, man. All right. Let's get my guy on here, Philly Godfather, who, as always, answers the bell for us. And he joins us here now, here with Big Sills here. All right, man.
What's up, Dan?
Everyone's like this. All right. What's happened with your Cowboys, man?
It's week 5. I know the 49ers look like the greatest team that ever played football, but if you go through history, the teams with the best record, after week 5 usually don't win the Super Bowl. I mean, the Eagles last year had the best record. They lost in the Super Bowl, and most teams don't even make it to the big dance. So, it's a war of attrition in the NFL, as we all know. And as of right now, the 49ers team, barring any major injuries moving forward, are going to be tough to beat. But don't count out those Cowboys yet. It's still early in the season.
All right, hang on here now. So do you still have the Cowboys winning the NFC East?
Well, I bet them at the beginning of the year at 16-1 to win the Super Bowl, and I got them at plus 200 to win the NFC East. Now, they're only 2 games behind, so if the Eagles trip up, they're going to be on their tail, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult now, losing that last game to San Francisco. But it's the NFL, and as you all know, week to week, it's the NFL soap opera. Anything can happen.
Who's playing better football right now, Brock Purdy or Jalen Hurts?
Now, Brock Purdy looks like Joe Montana. What, are you kidding me? That kid's on fire. He's like the 3rd favorite to win the MVP now. His odds have risen to the top of that board. It's Mahomes. It's him. It's, a couple other guys, Herbert, Hurts. But as of right now, the way that team is put together, I mean, they're so fluid on the offensive side, running the ball, passing the ball. And like I said, as long as they stay healthy, they're going to be tough to beat the 49ers.
I love it, man. My guy's doing the show from a limo. That's how you do it right here with Big Sills, man. You do your hit from a limo. Only the Philly Godfather could do it from a limo. All right, we move on here. Well, wait a minute now. The injuries to Jalen Carter and Darius Slay, you think that moves the money at all? Or do you think that because the Jets don't have a very good passing offense that it does anything with it?
Well, the Jets have a good pass defense. Now, their run defense isn't that good, so that's what scares me about the game. But you're getting 7 points if you're looking to bet the Jets here. There's going to be some wind. There's going to be some rain, so that should help them slow down that Eagles offense. I just don't know if they can stop that run. If they can stop the Eagles' run game, which is the 2nd best in the NFL in rushing yards per game, then they got a chance of staying within the number. Now, can they win the game? I don't think so. But they did beat Buffalo, first game of the season. 2 of the 3 losses came by 5 points or less. And that loss to New England, they had that safety at the end, or else that would have been a field goal as well. But I don't know. I think the Jets can stay within that 7 points here. The Eagles, if you're looking to buy the Eagles, you're buying at the highest price. You're buying into an inflated price. The whole world, as of right now, is betting the Eagles here. They're going to tease them down to basically -1 or a pick 'em. And all the public's money going to be all over the Eagles here. But I think at +7, 7.5, Jets got a shot to cover that spread.
All right, let's get into by the way, last night, Kansas City, let me ask you this. When you watch a team and you start evaluating and you look at the trends, you and me call them trends. Most other people call them stats. They don't understand the difference. This is kind of what you've been doing the last couple weeks. So when I say Kansas City to you, is it me? But Godfather, when you look at KC, don't you go like this? In the last 5 years, that's got to be the worst Kansas City team, talent-wise, that they've had there because, I don't know, man, Mahomes throwing picks. He just doesn't look the same right now. Lowest completion percentage in the last 5.5 years that he's had. That team looks more beatable than ever before.
Yeah, and let's be honest. I think he's a little banged up still. I think the team's a little banged up. So as they get healthier and the season progresses, they'll look better and better. But, yeah, they're not the same Chiefs team that we've seen in the past couple of years when they were healthy. Last year, they were the, 4th or 5th best, healthiest team in the NFL. And this year, they're really not. So, but then again, Andy Reid likes to put that team in church mode every once in a while and just squeeze out some wins without, overexerting themselves. So you won't really know how good this Chiefs team is until the playoffs come around.
See, this guy rolls around like The Rock, man. He's getting ready to roll into Caesar's Palace, put about $1 million down like the furniture guy down in Houston. He's ready to rock, man. You guys are so lucky, man. Most of the time you get your information from a guy who sits in a Volkswagen. This guy here, he is in a limousine. Next game, Washington at Atlanta. Desmond Ridder did a really nice job last week. He had to because I thought they were thinking about maybe yanking his ass. Washington, I don't think we really know who they are yet. How do you see this one?
I mean, Washington's defense isn't the best this year, and they're a little banged up going into this game. And Desmond Ridder at home is pretty good. I don't think he's lost a game at home since he's started playing his career at Atlanta. So I like Atlanta here, -2.5. I think they get the job done. I think they're the better team. I think they're a more complete team. I think their defense is better, and their run defense is one of the best in football.
Somebody just made a crack. Who's driving, Dak?
I hope not. With the brain cans he's had, he might go through a couple red lights.
You know what? I'm almost embarrassed asking you your opinion on Minnesota, Chicago. I mean, you don't have to spend a lot of time on that. Or wait a minute, games like that, is there some qualities about games like that you bet on, or you're just like, it's so inconsistent right now what's going on?
Well, I mean, they lost their number one weapon, right? The Vikings.
Yeah.
So it's a downer for that team. And Chicago has a little bit of momentum. They're coming off a mini bye there. They shocked everyone at 6-point dogs last time out and won the game outright. I kind of like the Bears here a little bit, plus the points. I think they got a shot at winning this game. I think Minnesota knows their season's over. At 1-4, and the way the Lions are playing, they look like they might be one of the toughest teams in the NFC. So I like the Bears here a little bit at +3.
See, what you guys don't know, I know who's driving. Mercedes and Chandelier. Just remember I said that. Mercedes and Chandelier are driving. All right. San Francisco at Cleveland. Could there be Watson's not playing, so obviously, from what I understand, that thing went from 4.5 now to 10.
Yeah, it's going to keep going. You might see it go up to as high 11, 12, 13 by game time. I just don't know. And Deshaun Watson used to be a great quarterback. I don't know if he's played that good this year to warrant such a big move in the market. Is he worth 8 points? Is he worth 7 points? Browns still have, arguably the best defense in the NFL. If you look at their metrics, opponent yards per play, opponent yards per rush attempt, opponent yards per pass attempt, top 2, top 3, number 1. So that defense can keep that team around. If a little bit of weather rolls in, that'll slow down that San Francisco offense. And coming off such a huge win, such an emotional win, and the way they beat the Cowboys, you may see a little bit of a soft spot for San Francisco. It's tough, betting on a team with no quarterback. I think they got Texas Ranger Walker playing back there for him, the Browns. But if it gets a little higher, I'll probably be looking to take the dog, especially with that defense. And if I see some weather rolling in.
This guy's going to be drinking Louis the 16th on all you guys here once he collects that Cowboy bet. I could see him. He has to be a Louis guy. All right. Carolina at Miami. Do we see a big number here for Miami?
I mean, it's up to 13.5. They're the best team in the AFC East.
Wow,
I mean,
13.5.
That number's up there. It's a big number, man. And this Carolina, as bad as they've looked all season, the back door's open. They could be down by 20. They score a touchdown at the end for no reason, and you lose your wager. If anything, you might look to tease Miami down a little bit, or maybe bet them in the first half, because I think they come out strong in the first half. Might be able to lay a better number there in the first half, but I can't bet this game either way.
Okay. India, hey, you and I have been waiting on this team, this Jacksonville team. But, boy, the Colts have been playing pretty good, right? I mean, you know what? The two coordinators that were in Philadelphia, I've been actually surprised that they look like they may be actually better head coaching candidates than coordinators on offense and defense. Steichen looks like he's doing a really good job there. How do you see that thing, man, between those two?
I mean, the Jags are coming off a huge win, right? Coming back from London. Divisional game, you're getting 4 points. I kind of like the dog here, plus the 4 points. I know the Jags are probably going to win that division, but it's not going to be an easy game. And, you play football division games. Both teams know each other like the back of their hand. So anything over a field goal here at +4, I like the dog.
He's actually at the White House, just so you know. Okay.
No, I'm not. No, they're not letting me nowhere near.
Oh, they would never let you anywhere near that, man. Absolutely not. They'd be no. You're right. After some of the shit I've seen you post, they wouldn't let me or you near that place. You're damn right. We'd be searched at Dulles. All right. New Orleans at Houston. Houston's playing pretty good ball.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough game. Saints got a good defense. I didn't bet the game. I think the number's right there. I don't think there's an edge either way. But Houston is a little dangerous. I just haven't found any edge yet. I don't think there's an edge on either side there.
Hey, real quick, I told everyone today, how come every time when I watch Biden at the mic, it reminds me of Lou Holtz talking about Notre Dame? Like, Hamas, Notre Dame, the Golden Dome. No, Iron Dome, not Golden Dome, Iron Dome.
Yeah.
New England Raiders.
Tough, man. I mean, the Patriots have let you down all season. I think they know the season's over too. When you're a player, you sense things, and maybe they don't play as. I like the Raiders here. I laid one on them. The line's up to 3. Anything under a field goal, I think the Raiders get the job done.
Yeah, Arizona at the Rams.
It's a big number, man. 7, and they're coming off that loss against the Eagles. And anytime you play a defensive line like the Eagles, the following week your offensive line is going to be banged up. It's a lot of points for a divisional game, man. I like the dog +7. I like Arizona +7.
Detroit at Tampa. Are you buying Detroit?
Yeah, I like that team. They're solid. They've had one of the toughest schedules in the NFL this season. They got one of the better point differentials on the season, one of the better records in the NFC. They're a complete team, offense, defense, one of the strongest offensive lines in football. Great. They all love Dan Campbell. They play for him, and they got some weapons. They got some game changers on that team, and I think they make the playoffs. I think they win their division, and I think they cover the spread this week as well.
Dirty D, Philly Godfather, still hanging with the boys.
Still early, man. You're not in trouble until you're in trouble. It's the 5th week of the season. I mean, the year I had Tampa Bay at 50-1, in week 12 they were 7-5 on the season, and You there, Dan?
Yeah, I'm here. I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you hear me about the Tampa Bay?
Finish that up. Go ahead. Repeat that,
Yeah,
please.
I said the year Tampa Bay won the Super Bowl, I had them at 50-1, and after week 12, they were 7-5 on the season. Everybody was laughing at me. It's still so early, man. You can't really get worried until come playoff time to see what's really going on.
I say this to Eagle fans. 5-0. This is to you, Philly 502. 5-0, 21-1. What's it get you? Nothing. Here we go. All right. What's it get you? Nothing. All right. Buffalo at the Giants, and that puke of a quarterback, Daniel Jones, isn't playing in the game too. I mean, that thing looks like a total shit show up there too.
Yeah, I mean, how can you bet the dog here? They're so bad. Buffalo needs to win. I think Buffalo wins this game convincing. They might go out there and win by 30 points in this game. I think Buffalo's the right side.
Let me do the let me see here. Dallas at the Chargers.
Tough game, man. Tough game. Cowboys looked like they were all banged up
And
after,
Eckler back.
Yeah, and I got Dallas futures, but at +3 with the Chargers, what scares me a little bit is their defense is so bad, and their coach might be worse than Mike McCarthy there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so Dallas has to win this game. This is, they got to come out and play here, but you're going against Justin Herbert, who can sling the rock. Oh, man, +3. It's not there yet. It's at 2.5. I'm seeing some 2s. It's actually going the wrong way. I think the Chargers are at the right side at +3. I think the Chargers are, you're getting 3 points. I think that's the right pick right there.
Let me just say this to you. No head coach should be named Brandon. You don't name Buck or something like that, or Bill. You know what I mean? Your head coach shouldn't be called Brandy or Brandon. I mean, how about that decision in Minnesota he made when he went for it on 4th down on his own 24 with the lead? They didn't get it. And if it wasn't for the incompetence on the other side, they lose that game. It's
some of the play calling. His decision making has to be some of the worst I've ever seen in the NFL, man. It's bad.
Let me get a few college games here tonight. Colorado, Stanford. Dion's right. 10 o'clock East Coast games. Whoever came up with those ideas, no wonder they're closing the Pac-12 down because of the decision making that Larry Smith made when he was running as commissioner. He was a complete dope. But Colorado now has a chance to get their record to 5-2, I believe, on the season. They're taking on a Stanford team. Emmitt Smith's son actually is not a bad ball player. He plays on that Stanford Cardinal team. How do you see this thing?
Yeah, they're 1-4 in the season, but they've had trouble against teams that rank in the top 25 in yards per play metric. But they've moved the ball against some of these defenses on the year. Played Arizona tough. They beat Hawaii. Colorado's defense ain't that good. I think they're ranked 82nd in the league in opponent yards per play. I think Stanford can stay within the number. The line opened up 10.5. It's up to 13 now. at 13 or better. I like Stanford here. I like the dog here, plus 13.
Two games here. Oregon, Washington, very underrated football game, but two highly competitive football teams. One of these teams could play in the Final Four for a shot to play for the national championship. I mean, and you got two candidates, Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. here, that are two Heisman Trophy candidates. So this is a pretty good-looking football game.
Yeah, Penix right now is the favorite at plus 210. Williams is at, I think, plus 280, and Bo Nix is at 6-1. So you got two quarterbacks here. A lot of implications. Heisman Trophy, who's going to win the pack? I think both teams are better than USC. Oregon's got one of the better defenses in the league. From the beginning of the season, I told you guys I had 5-1 ticket on Washington to win the Pac-12. So I'm hoping they win this game and cover the spread. The line's actually moving the right way. Washington open -3. It's up to 3.5 in some shops. Don't be surprised if this game closes -4. I think Washington's the right side here.
Does touchdown Jesus take a knee on Saturday against USC?
I don't know, man. I think Notre Dame's the right side, but I'm not looking to bet that team. Their coach has made some bad decisions as well. This
USC can't play defense.
No defense at all. But that kid, Williams is, he's the real. He can beat most defenses. I'm not looking to bet the game. At anything under a field goal, Notre Dame's probably the right side, but I'm not looking to touch either side here.
All right, man. So you still sticking with your boy Dak?
Well, I mean, I got no choice. I got futures on them. As long as they make the playoffs, I'll make money on that ticket. You got to remember, when you're betting futures, you just want the team to make the playoffs. Then you can bet the other side and make yourself some free money. That's what future betting is all about. It depends how healthy they get. They look like they're banged up. Their offensive line is back, but they're still not 100%. And, San Francisco definitely looks like the team to beat. The Eagles still,
Are they better than the Eagles?
Oh, yeah, they look a lot better. I mean, let's be honest. Who looks better than San Francisco right now in the entire league? The Eagles still have some holes, but when they start running the ball and they start imposing their will on teams, they look fierce. Detroit looks good. You can still get a good number on Detroit, like 9 or 10-1. But I think San Francisco, as of right now, they're the monster in the NFC.
The only reason that the Eagles are where they are coaching-wise is because McCarthy sucks and Philly has the cheerleader, Nick Sirianni. I mean, the cheerleader really doesn't do anything. He was so bad. Always remember this. He was such a bad coach that they took his play calling duties away when he was 2-5. He said, go sit down in the corner over there. Here's your pom-poms and your megaphone, and you could start hollering and wearing T-shirts and Bryce Harper shirts. Because other than that, we don't need you to do anything else. I really don't have a lot of respect for the guy.
I mean, you can't argue with winning, but I know Andy Reid had fired him when he was with the Chiefs.
Matt LaFleur won a lot of games too. Do you really think he's a good coach?
Yeah. To be honest, though, that Eagles rushing attack. I mean, you got that offensive line. You got Jalen Hurts. You got the other kid, Swift, Philly kid, running the ball. When you can run the ball more than your opponent, you're going to win the game, 75, 80% of the time when you get more rushing yards. And that's what's guided them and helped them this season because their pass game hasn't been there. They look like a different team passing the ball this year than they did last year. Jalen Hurts still looks off. We're going to find out what he's made of this week against the Jets because they have one of the better pass defenses in the NFL.
Okay, last one here. Do you think that Eagle team would be 5-0 with or without Nick Sirianni? Would it matter? Would they still be undefeated if he was there or not there?
Well, they had a pretty easy schedule, so I don't think it would make it
a winner yet, except for the Bucs.
Yeah, and they're not. By the end of the year, they might only have 6 wins on the season. The Bucs. So, I don't think it would have made a difference. But he's the last 2 years. He's exceeded all expectations, so you can't really argue with success. We're going to find out again this year during the playoffs how good of a coach he is.
Matt Nagy won the NFL Coach of the Year award. Was fired 2 years later.
I had him that year. I had him that year at 20-1 to win Coach of the Year. Think about that. How lucky I got on that ticket.
Holy cow! And 2 years later, he was blown out.
Yeah, this year I got the coach from the Miami Dolphins, McDaniels, at 20-1 to win Coach of the Year. We betting at the beginning of the season, and I also like the Hurricanes. Took my plus 3.5 this week. I think they win the game outright. I don't think UNC's played anyone all season. And if they don't turn the ball over 5 times last week, they don't lose that game. I mean, they were big favorites. They were 20-point favorites. So I think they could bounce back this week and actually win the game.
You know what people were giving me, of course, Mario and his decision, but I just showed people, even a pro football coach who makes $20 million, didn't even know what the down and distance was last night. And Sean Payton calls a timeout on 4th down. You turn around, you're like, why are you calling timeout on 4th down? That guy makes $20 million a year. $20 million a year. And you know this too, Godfather. He does not want to coach Mr. Sierra. He just does not want to coach Mr. Sierra. It wants nothing to do with him. Hey, get this. Listen to these numbers. Real quick here. Listen to these dead cap numbers. So this year, if you move off him, $107 million of dead cap money. 2024, $85 million. 2025, $50 million. 2026, there's an out, but it's still 31-2. They are stuck with this guy for the next 3 years. And the amount of dead cap, no one's going to trade for that contract. And no one wants the guy playing. He's finished.
No, yeah, something's really wrong. It might be up top. I don't know what it is. But I don't even think the team likes him. Like you said, I mean, he's calling his teammates from block numbers. That's never a good thing.
Well, I think he has blocked numbers because he may be calling other people on Sierra. And that would be a tragic mistake. Hey, my friend, I appreciate you doing this, man. Look at this guy. He's calling from a Rolls Royce. Look at this, man, punching away. He's in a limo giving you the inside scoop for this weekend. You should all be privileged. Congratulations to you. How can they see you this weekend, my friend?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Philly Godfather. You can stop by the phillygodfather.com. And we got the Sports Betting Show on Sirius XM channel 159, Sports Grid, JAKIB Media, and we live stream it on my Twitter account as well at Philly Godfather.
Cannolis for all. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you coming aboard.
Good luck, guys.
You got it. That is our friend Philly Godfather. How you doing? Keep the drinks going. Hey, Godfather, how you doing? My boy Philly 500. I love it. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
How you doing? I got tonight. I would say this tonight. Eagles 30, Jets 15. Now, Greg, why would you think that when you haven't done that all year? Look at Greg there. 30-15. You haven't blown a team out this year. You have not blown a team out. You have not put teams away. You have no trend of that. Get wishful thinking. You don't have the ability to put teams away yet. Okay? Let me ask you this question here about Russell Wilson. Can you play yourself out of the Hall of Fame? Five and 0 is not putting teams away. You're not. No, it's not. No, it's not. USC is not putting teams away, and they're undefeated. See it all the time. Fraudulent records. How many times do you see teams with good records? 104 wins by the Braves. Got them nothing. You don't really. Why do you keep every team in the game then if you're playing so great? Why? What team have you killed this year? What 21 in here? Once again, 21-1, 5-0, nothing. It tells the story of Hurts' journey, except there's no winning of a championship in it. You validate that record by winning a title, not by winning regular season games. Winning regular season, Dan Marino won 12 games every year. What did it mean? Really nothing in the end. Hey, Cody, 21-1, 5-0. Great. See, what you can't do is you can't put the exclamation point on it. You really can't. Cody, the exclamation point are championships. And you can't do that. 72 wins by the Warriors. Can't put an exclamation point on it because they didn't win a title. The title's coming in February? Oh, I see. So you think you have a better team this year than you did a year ago. I do not. I do not. Can you play yourself out of a Hall of Fame? Well, one thing, when you look at Phillip Rivers' numbers compared to Russell Wilson, Phillip Rivers has some of the greatest passing numbers in the history of the game. Russell Wilson does not. So he is actually a version of what you'll be talking about, hopefully one day, with Jalen Hurts. Because early on, he won like Hurts. Running game, good team, good defense, a lot of great pieces around him, spectacular running game. Then once all that stuff started falling away, he just was a really good player in the league. The Seahawks never really were ever again a Super Bowl contender once that Legion of Boom started going away. They were never really a Super Bowl contender. It's funny how people are going like this. No, Russell Wilson can't play himself out of the Hall of Fame. But yet some of you want to take away some of the shine from Belichick and what he's done up in New England because he's not winning so much at the end now. Hey, even though he had 20 years of exceptional football, you guys look at it now and go like this. Well, it was Brady. Well, hey, how about this with Russell Wilson? It was Pete Carroll. Wilson played in big games. Yeah, early on he did. After that, not really. Okay? Little bit. Wilson was good. He was. Do I think Russell Wilson is a Hall of Fame player? Tony, you think he's Hall of Fame? You know he's never garnered a MVP vote in the history of his NFL career. Not even one vote. He's never received one vote in the history of his league or his career for MVP. No one's ever given him a vote. Not even the people in his own city that have Hall of Fame votes that cover the team. He's never. Eagles finally play someone in week 7. Yeah, to play the Dolphins. Hey, and let me say this to you, Cody. If those injuries that Darius Slay and Jalen Carter were that week 7, I'd take the Dolphins. I would take the Dolphins. Who's stopping all them guys? Let me guess. Reed Blankenship. Stopping Jalen Waddle. I can't wait for that. Oh, my God. Is that going to be a great game next week? Is Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer? No. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. You know he won an MVP award. Is Boomer Esiason? He won an MVP too. Tyreek Hill. Hey, I thought Super Bowl contenders got hard schedules. What's that referring to? How would you stop them, Sills? The Dolphins? You got to play press on them. You can't let those wide receivers get free release, and you got to hit Tua. This is what I would do. If it were me and I was a coordinator and I had to play against Tua, I'm going to do everything I can to put that guy on his back. If I got to blitz him, I got to get him on the ground. I got to move him off his spot. I'm going to hit that guy as many times as I can. I don't care how I do it. Okay? I don't care how I do it. I got to get that guy on his head. And I would do everything possible to hit Tagovailoa. And I think that's probably going to be – and also I'd want to keep him off the field. How you do that? You got to run the ball on that Miami team. And Vic Fangio is going to want a piece of your ass because of how that whole thing was handled with Gannon. He wanted to be the D coordinator in Philly. And he said after the whole Jonathan Gannon fiasco, he didn't want to be. Miami made him the highest paid defensive coordinator in the National Football League. Do you know that? Do you know that Vic Fangio is the highest paid D coordinator in the league? And you had him as a consultant in your building, and you couldn't sign him because of the way that whole thing was handled. Ask yourself how that went down. That's why you got those public statements. That's why you got those public statements. Okay? The way that they were put out there like that. Okay? Big Seals, who is the worst NFL player in the NFL today? That I don't know. That's Jonathan Gannon's fault. The league covered it up. How is that Jonathan Gannon's fault? He was working for the Eagles, Philly. While he was out in Arizona preparing for the Super Bowl, this guy was house hunting. I mean, didn't the Eagles ask him why he was doing that? He was interviewing for a job, and you had a Super Bowl to play on Sunday, and he's house hunting. I mean, he's house hunting, and he's already knowing he's getting that job. Instead of preparing for Andy Reid and Mahomes, he's house hunting, looking for schools, getting a Costco membership. Okay? Where do I get a Costco membership? Hey, where's the closest Ralph's? Where's the closest Rouse? Hey, Philly, I got 28-16, baby. Tone, what do you got? 28-16. What'd you say again, Tone? What do you got here for the game? 28-17. All right. This is going to be an interesting ball game, man. I cannot wait. This is going to be great. Thank you guys so much. Hey, man, do me a favor. Check out Dion tonight. Colorado and Stanford. I'll be watching that game. I know it's going to be late for you guys. It's a 10 o'clock game. I feel for you, man. Just absolutely stupid programming. Xander, Big Joe, I thank you guys very much. Absolutely spectacular. God bless each and every single one of you. We will name our winners on Monday for our gift certificates with our friends at Hooters. Tone, thank you so much. As always, you kick so much ass. Till Monday, 2 to 6 Eastern. We shall see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.